Chapter 1: The Thin Place. The map was a faded lie, its creases worn soft as old linen. Liam traced a grimy finger over the supposed track, a dotted line aspiring to be a path, which petered out into an unblemished green expanse representing the Blackwood State Forest. Sarah had highlighted this blank spot with a fluorescent pink marker, a small, defiant star in a wilderness that cartographers had apparently surrendered. Intentional communities and forgotten ways. Her last email subject line read, a cryptic breadcrumb trail leading him here, to the damp, cloying air of late autumn. 3 months. 3 months since Sarah, his restless, bright-eyed younger sister, had vanished into the self-imposed exiles of those who sought lives untethered from the grid. Her initial, sporadic emails, full of earnest enthusiasm for permaculture and shared resources, had dwindled, then ceased. The last one, a brief, almost feverish note, mentioned a place beyond the maps, a community called Viridian, achieving true harmony. It spoke of ancient wisdom found, of a connection to the earth so profound it was rewriting them. The tone unsettled Liam more than the silence that followed. His rented SUV, coated in a paste of mud and pine needles, whined in low gear as it crawled over what was less a road and more a geological suggestion. Branches, thick as a man's arm, scraped protesting screeches along the vehicle's flanks. The air, when he dared crack a window, was heavy, freighted with the scent of wet soil, decaying leaves, and an undercurrent of something else, a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness, like overripe fruit, but with a metallic tang that pricked the back of his throat. He coughed a dry rasp. The GPS had given up an hour ago, its screen a blank, accusing stare. He navigated now by a battered compass and the crude sketch Sarah had included in her final message, a series of landmarks, a lightning-struck oak, a trio of granite boulders huddled like petrified trolls, a stream that was supposed to fork west. He found the oak, its charred scar a black wound against the gray sky. The boulders, moss-slick and indifferent, had loomed out of the mist an hour later. Now he strained his ears for the sound of water, the forest floor a sodden carpet that absorbed every footfall, every rustle of his own movement, creating an oppressive, listening quiet. A jolt threw him against the seatbelt. The SUV's front tire sank into a viscous patch of mud with a sickening squelch. He gunned the engine, the wheels spun, spraying muck, digging deeper. Damn it! He cut the engine. The silence that rushed in was absolute, a physical pressure against his eardrums. It was a silence that felt curated, as if the usual forest chatter, bird song, insect drone, the scurry of small creatures, had been deliberately excised. He stepped out, his boots sinking into the mire. The air was cooler here, the trees denser, their branches interlocking overhead to form a near-impenetrable canopy that starved the undergrowth of light. Thin, gray light filtered through, painting everything in monochrome. He took a deep breath, the strange, sweet metallic scent stronger now. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, but it was wrong, unnatural. After a fruitless 30 minutes of trying to free the vehicle with branches shoved under the tires, he gave up. Viridian, if it existed, couldn't be much further. Sarah's sketch showed the stream fork just beyond a ridge. He shouldered his backpack, checked the sturdy maglite, and took a swig of water. The pack contained essentials: food, a first aid kit, a satellite phone he doubted would work here, and tucked into an inner pocket a framed photo of Sarah, her grin wide and infectious, taken last Christmas. A lifetime ago. The forest floor was a treacherous tapestry of roots and slick leaves. He moved slowly, methodically, scanning his surroundings. No animal tracks, no birds, just the drip of condensation from the leaves and the rhythmic thud of his own heart. The terrain began to slope upwards. This must be the ridge. As he climbed, the trees thinned slightly, and the strange scent intensified, now mixed with the unmistakable aroma of wood smoke, faint but definite. He reached the crest, pushing through a final curtain of damp ferns. Below him, nestled in a shallow, circular valley, was a clearing. Not a natural one. It was too perfect, too deliberate. A dozen or so structures built from timber and what looked like daubed earth clustered around a larger central building. Wisps of smoke curled from several chimneys, merging with the low-hanging mist. Cultivated plots, surprisingly green for this late in the season, lay in neat rectangles around the periphery. A narrow, ribbon-like stream, glinting silver, bisected the valley. This had to be it. Viridian. It looked peaceful, deceptively so. There was an order to it, a quiet industry suggested by the tended gardens and the smoke. But the silence persisted, an unnatural blanket. No dogs barked a welcome or warning. No children's laughter, no clang of tools. Just the whisper of wind through the pines at the valley's edge and that pervasive, cloying scent. He squinted, trying to pick out movement. Nothing. It was like a detailed model, perfectly crafted, awaiting animation. A flicker of color near the largest structure. Someone emerged, a figure draped in dark, earth-toned fabric, moving with a slow, deliberate gait towards the garden plots. Too far to make out details. Liam's breath hitched. Was it Sarah? The build was similar, slender. He raised the binoculars he'd slung around his neck, his hands clumsy with a sudden surge of adrenaline and dread. The lenses were fogged. He swore under his breath, wiping them on his sleeve. When he looked again, the figure was gone, vanished into the rows of unnaturally vibrant green. He scanned the village again, his gaze sweeping over the silent, watchful buildings. Something was carved into the lintel of the central structure. Too distant to read, but the shapes were angular, unfamiliar. Not letters, symbols. He stayed on the ridge for a long while, the damp seeping into his jeans, a knot tightening in his stomach. This place felt wrong. Not overtly threatening, not yet, but deeply, intrinsically wrong. It was a thin place, as his grandmother used to call locations where the veil between worlds felt permeable. Or perhaps just a place where people had become something other than what they were. He had to go down. He had to find Sarah, or find out what had happened to her in this silent, hidden valley. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he started the descent, each step careful, deliberate into the heart of Viridian. The ground leveled out. He was at the edge of the first cultivated plot. The plants were strange, a deep, glossy green he didn't recognize with thick, almost fleshy leaves. They grew with an unnatural uniformity, perfectly spaced, perfectly sized. The sweet metallic scent was strongest here, emanating from the dark, rich soil or perhaps from the plants themselves. He reached out a hand, then hesitated. Some instinct told him not to touch. He skirted the edge of the plot, moving towards the cluster of buildings. The silence was even more profound here at ground level. He could hear the squelch of his own boots on the damp earth, the rustle of his jacket. Sounds that felt loud, intrusive in this muted world. Where was everyone? It was mid-afternoon. Surely people should be about their work. A path paved with flat gray stones led towards the center of the village. He followed it, his senses hyper-alert. The buildings were well-maintained, their timber walls smooth, their thatched or sod roofs neat. But the windows were dark like vacant eyes. There were no decorations, no personal touches, nothing to suggest individuality or joy. Just a stark, functional aesthetic that was more unsettling than comforting. He reached the central plaza, a circular area of packed earth. The largest building stood before him, its wooden door closed. Now he could see the carvings above the lintel more clearly. They were intricate, geometric, with sharp angles and disturbing curves that seemed to writhe and twist if he looked at them for too long. They reminded him of something ancient, something primal, something best left undisturbed. A sound, a soft footfall behind him. Liam spun around, his hand instinctively going to the heavy maglite on his belt. A woman stood there not 10 feet away. She was old, or appeared so, her face a web of fine lines, her hair the color of dirty snow, pulled tight from her scalp. She wore a simple, shapeless gown of coarse, undyed wool. Her eyes, pale and startlingly direct, fixed on him. She held a wicker basket filled with dark, gnarled roots. She hadn't made a sound approaching. "You are not a Viridian," she stated. It wasn't a question. Her voice was low, devoid of inflection, like stones rubbing together. Liam swallowed, trying to keep his own voice steady. "No, I'm looking for my sister, Sarah Evans. She might have come here." The woman's expression did not change. The pale eyes held his. After a moment that stretched uncomfortably, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "Others have come seeking." She paused. "The elder will see you." She gestured with her chin towards the large building with the carved lintel. Then, without another word, she turned and walked away, her bare feet making no sound on the packed earth, disappearing around the side of a smaller dwelling. Liam watched her go, the knot in his stomach tightening further. The elder. That sounded ominous, but he had come this far. He had to know. He turned towards the heavy wooden door, the strange symbols seeming to pulse with a faint, internal light in the dimming afternoon. He reached for the handle. Chapter 2: Hollow Welcome. The door creaked open under Liam's push, the sound unnaturally loud in the pervading stillness. It revealed not darkness but a surprisingly spacious interior, lit by several small, high windows and the flickering glow of a central hearth. The air inside was thick with the scent of wood smoke, dried herbs, and that same faint, sweet metallic tang he'd noticed outside, stronger here, almost cloying. Rough-hewn wooden benches lined the walls and the floor was packed earth, swept clean. It was a communal hall, stark and functional. At the far end, seated on a slightly raised platform before the hearth, was a man. He was old, his long hair and beard white as winter frost, yet his posture was erect, his hands resting calmly on his knees. He wore a simple robe of a deep forest green, the fabric rich and well-maintained, unlike the coarse garments of the woman outside. His face was serene, almost beatific, the skin remarkably smooth for his apparent age, stretched taut over prominent cheekbones. It was his eyes, though, that caught Liam's attention. They were a pale, washed-out blue, yet they seemed to penetrate, to see more than Liam was comfortable with. This had to be Malachi the elder. Malachi raised a hand, a gentle, beckoning gesture. "Approach, seeker. You have traveled far." His voice was a soft rasp, melodious yet carrying an undercurrent of undeniable authority. It was a voice accustomed to being obeyed, to shaping thoughts. Liam moved forward, his boots echoing slightly on the packed earth. He stopped a respectful distance from the platform. "My name is Liam Evans. I'm looking for my sister, Sarah. She wrote about a place like this, Viridian." Malachi's gaze remained steady, those pale eyes unblinking. "Sarah, a bright spirit. She was with us for a time." A surge of hope, quickly followed by a wave of apprehension, washed through Liam. Is she still here? The elder smiled, a slow, placid stretching of his lips that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Viridian is a place of passage, Liam Evans. Souls come, they learn, they grow. Some find their path lies onward to other truths, other harmonies." The carefully chosen words, the evasiveness, pricked at Liam's patience. "With respect, elder, Sarah isn't the type to just move on without a word. She was excited about this place. She felt she was finding something important." "Indeed," Malachi agreed, his voice still smooth, still serene. "She was finding the deep connections, the true rhythms. Such discoveries can be transformative. They can alter one's course in ways unforeseen." "So she's not here," Liam pressed, a hard edge creeping into his tone. "The community is fluid," Malachi replied, his gaze drifting towards the flickering flames in the hearth. "Like water, it finds its level, its course. Sarah found what she needed from Viridian, and the current carried her onward." Carried her where? Liam's frustration was mounting. This felt like a carefully constructed wall of platitudes. Did she say where she was going? Did anyone see her leave? Malachi's eyes returned to Liam, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths: pity, annoyance. "The paths from Viridian are many and often internal. She sought a deeper communion. We respected her journey." "I don't understand," Liam said, shaking his head. "She wouldn't just leave, not without telling me, not without her things." He gestured vaguely. "Did she take her backpack, her phone?" A small sigh escaped Malachi's lips, a sound of gentle forbearance. "Attachments to the former world often fall away here, Liam Evans. Like old skins, they are shed when they no longer serve. Sarah was liberating herself." Liam felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air outside. The way Malachi spoke of shedding attachments, of liberating oneself, was deeply unsettling. "I need to know more. I need to speak to people who knew her, who saw her last." "Of course," Malachi said, his smile returning, a little wider this time, a little less natural. "You are welcome to stay, rest from your journey, speak with our brothers and sisters. Perhaps someone will recall a detail that might comfort you." He made a subtle gesture, and from the shadows near one of the side walls, a figure detached itself. It was a young man, no older than 20, with lank, dark hair and wide, haunted eyes. He wore the same coarse, undyed tunic as the woman Liam had first met. This must be Jonah, the reluctant archivist. "Jonah will show you to a guest dwelling," Malachi said. "He will see to your needs. We are a simple community, but we offer what we have." Jonah approached, his gaze darting nervously between Liam and the elder, then fixing on the floor. He mumbled, "This way." His voice was barely a whisper. Liam looked Malachi directly in the eye. "Thank you, elder. I appreciate your hospitality." He didn't trust the man, not for a second. The serene facade felt like a mask, concealing something far more complex and perhaps far more sinister. Malachi inclined his head. "Peace be with you, seeker. May you find what you seek or learn to release the seeking." Jonah led Liam out of the communal hall back into the gray afternoon. The air felt fresher out here, though the strange, sweet metallic scent still clung to everything. The village remained quiet, almost unnervingly so. A few figures moved in the distance, tending to tasks with a slow, methodical rhythm, their movements economical, almost ritualistic. They didn't look up as Liam and Jonah passed. The guest dwelling was small, a single room with a low cot, a rough wooden table, and a single stool. A small, unglazed window opening was covered by a wooden shutter. It was clean, but Spartan to the point of being oppressive. "Water is in the pitcher," Jonah said, his voice still low, his eyes avoiding Liam's. "Food will be brought later." He fidgeted with the hem of his tunic. "Jonah," Liam said, keeping his voice gentle, "did you know my sister Sarah?" Jonah's head snapped up, his eyes wide with something that looked like fear. He glanced quickly over his shoulder towards the door as if expecting someone to be listening. I saw her. Sometimes." "What was she like here?" Liam pressed. "Was she happy? Did she seem herself?" Jonah swallowed hard. "She asked many questions, like you." He hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "This place, it changes people, the texts. Be careful." "The text," Liam frowned. "What texts?" Before Jonah could answer, a shadow fell across the doorway. A woman stood there, tall and gaunt, her gray hair pulled back severely. Her hands were stained with what looked like dark earth or dried blood. One of her eyes was a normal, faded blue. The other was a polished piece of black stone, smooth and reflective, catching the dim light like a shard of obsidian. It was Hester, the ritual overseer. Liam felt an involuntary shiver trace its way down his spine. Her presence radiated a cold, dangerous aura. "Jonah," Hester's voice was flat, hard. "Elder Malachi requires you, the evening preparations." Jonah flinched as if struck. "Yes, Sister Hester." He shot a terrified glance at Liam, then scurried past the woman and out the door, disappearing quickly. Hester's mismatched eyes fixed on Liam. The obsidian one seemed to absorb the light, giving nothing away, while the blue one held a cold, appraising stare. "You are the seeker," she stated, her voice as devoid of warmth as Malachi, but with an added edge of something sharp like flint. "Liam Evans," he replied, meeting her gaze. "I'm looking for my sister." Hester's lips thinned. "All are seeking something here. Few find what they expect." She held his gaze for another long moment, then turned and walked away, her movements stiff, her back rigid. Liam watched her go, a profound sense of unease settling over him. He was in a place of secrets, a place of controlled narratives and frightened whispers. Sarah had been here, and something had happened to her. The elder's smooth words, Jonah's fear, Hester's cold menace. It all pointed to something hidden, something ugly, beneath Viridian's placid surface. As dusk began to creep into the valley, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and gray, Liam stood by the small, shuttered window of his hut. He saw Hester cross the central plaza, moving towards a small, dedicated clearing at the edge of the woods he hadn't noticed before. She carried a covered basket. In the fading light, he saw her kneel, her movements precise, ritualistic. She uncovered the basket, took something out too small and dark to identify, and placed it on a flat stone. Then she began to chant, a low, guttural sound that barely carried on the evening air, yet seemed to vibrate in his teeth. He couldn't see what she was doing clearly, but the intent, the focused energy of her actions was palpable even from this distance. It wasn't a prayer of gentle supplication. It felt older, darker, a transaction with unseen forces. The sweet metallic scent in the air seemed to pulse, to grow stronger for a moment. Then, as quickly as it began, the chanting stopped. Hester rose, covered the basket, and walked back towards the village, disappearing into the deepening shadows. Liam let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Whatever Viridian was, it was tied to rituals, to practices that felt ancient and unsettling. And Sarah had been drawn into this. He had to find out what texts Jonah had spoken of. He had to understand what lay at the heart of this hollow welcome. His search for Sarah had just become far more complicated and far more dangerous. He checked the maglite again. The night, he suspected, would be long. Chapter 3: Whispers in the Walls. Sleep was a shallow, troubled sea. Liam drifted in and out of uneasy dreams, the images fragmented. Sarah's smiling face morphing into Malachi's serene mask, Hester's obsidian eye glinting in darkness, strange symbols writhing like serpents. The cot was hard, the silence of Viridian outside the thin walls of his hut pressing in, punctuated by unfamiliar rustlings and the occasional distant, mournful cry of some night creature he couldn't identify, a sound that seemed to mock the daytime stillness. He found himself straining his ears, listening for any clue, any whisper that might betray the village's secrets. Sometime before dawn, a faint scratching at his door startled him awake. He sat bolt upright, heart hammering, reaching for the maglite. "Who is it?" he called out, his voice raspy. "Food," a low voice replied. It was Jonah. Liam unbarred the door. Jonah stood there, a silhouette against the pre-dawn gloom, holding a wooden bowl. He thrust it at Liam, avoiding eye contact. "Porridge. Elder Malachi says you should join the morning gathering if you wish to speak with others." The porridge was bland, a gray, glutinous mass, but Liam ate it mechanically. He needed his strength. As he ate, he questioned Jonah. "The texts you mentioned yesterday, what are they? Where are they kept?" Jonah flinched, casting a nervous glance around the deserted plaza, barely visible in the dim light. "Forbidden," he whispered, his voice tight with fear. "They are the source, the wisdom Malachi speaks of." He licked his lips. "In the deep cave, beyond the sentinel rocks, but guarded, always guarded." "Guarded by whom, or what?" Liam pressed. Jonah shook his head violently, his eyes wide. "Cannot say, Sister Hester. She knows who listens." He pushed a small, folded piece of cloth into Liam's hand. "Found this near the stream weeks ago, after Sarah asked too many questions about the deeper rituals." He turned and fled, melting into the shadows before Liam could respond. Liam unfolded the cloth. His breath caught in his throat. It was a small, embroidered patch, a stylized bluebird, one Sarah had meticulously stitched onto her favorite hiking backpack. His sister had been here, and Jonah's words implied she had run afoul of something, someone. Asked too many questions about the deeper rituals. What rituals? What price did Viridian exact for its harmony? The morning gathering was a subdued affair. The villagers, perhaps 24 in total, assembled in the central hall as the sun cast its first weak rays over the valley. They sat on the rough benches, their expressions placid, almost vacant. Malachi stood before them, his voice a soothing balm as he spoke of the earth's rhythms, of the sacred bond between Viridian and the land, of the blessings of their unique understanding. His words were poetic, flowing, yet Liam found them chillingly empty, a carefully constructed veneer. No one looked at Liam directly. They seemed to look through him or around him. He tried to catch a few eyes to ask about Sarah, but they would murmur a polite, evasive phrase taught by Malachi. She found her peace and moved on, or the great cycle took her path elsewhere, then turn away. Frustration gnawed at him. It was like talking to a wall of serene, smiling automatons. Their clothes were simple, drab, mostly browns and greens. Their hands were calloused from work, their faces weathered. But it was their eyes that were most disturbing, a shared lack of spark, a dull acceptance that felt more like resignation than peace. A few children were present, their faces solemn, unchildlike. They didn't fidget or whisper. They sat still, their gazes fixed on Malachi. One of them, a small girl with unnervingly dark eyes, met Liam's gaze for a moment, her expression unreadable, before her mother gently turned her head away. These were the silent twins, Lyra and Leda, though he didn't know their names yet, only that their stillness was a concentrated version of the adults. After Malachi's discourse, the villagers dispersed to their tasks. Liam watched them, a growing sense of dread coiling in his gut. Their movements were efficient, synchronized like parts of a well-oiled machine. They tended the unnaturally verdant gardens, repaired tools, carried water from the stream. There was no laughter, no idle chatter, just a focused, almost grim dedication. He sought out Jonah again, finding him meticulously sorting dried herbs in a small shed near the edge of the forest. The air here was pungent with the scent of various plants, some familiar, some alien and sharp. "Jonah, I need to know more about those texts," Liam said, keeping his voice low. "Sarah was looking into the rituals. What happened to her?" Jonah's hands stilled. He wouldn't meet Liam's eyes. The texts grant gifts, insight, connection, but they demand reciprocity. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. The land gives, but it must also receive. The old words are very specific. "Receive what?" Liam asked, though a cold certainty was already forming in his mind. "Life," Jonah whispered, his voice barely audible. "Sustenance, to keep the balance, to ensure the flourishing." He gestured vaguely towards the lush gardens. "This vitality, it is not without cost." Liam felt sick. "Are you telling me they practice human sacrifice?" Jonah squeezed his eyes shut, trembling. Not always human, not directly called that. Offerings, appeasements to the deep earth, to what slumbers beneath. The texts speak of conduits, of willing vessels, of impurities purged to strengthen the whole. He opened his eyes, raw fear in them. Sarah questioned the interpretations. She argued with Malachi. She said the words were being twisted. "Where is this cave, Jonah?" Liam's voice was hard now. Jonah hesitated, then seemed to crumble. "Follow the stream upwards past the Whispering Falls. Beyond there are 3 tall stones like fingers pointing to the sky, the sentinels. The cave mouth is hidden behind them, cloaked in shadow and older vines." He gripped Liam's arm, his fingers surprisingly strong. "Do not go there. What is written should stay buried, the guardians. They are not of our world, and what Malachi has become from reading too deep." He shuddered, unable to continue. "What about Hester?" Liam asked. "What is her role in this?" "She is the hand of the texts," Jonah breathed. "She enacts the rites. She prepares the offerings, her other eye. They say it was a gift so she could see the pathways of power, the lines of sacrifice. She sees what must be given." Liam spent the rest of the day observing, the bluebird patch clutched in his pocket, a burning reminder. He saw the villagers' strange reverence for the soil, the way they would sometimes pause in their work to touch the earth, to murmur words to it. He saw the unnatural bounty of their crops, fruits and vegetables growing with a lushness that defied the season and the surrounding wilderness. The sweet metallic scent seemed to rise from the very ground they walked on. He noticed small, disturbing details. Intricate patterns, similar to the carvings above the central hall's door, were etched into the handles of tools, woven into the fabric of some garments, subtly integrated into the very structure of the village. They were everywhere once he started looking, symbols of power or of servitude. As evening approached, he heard it again, the low, guttural chanting. This time it was louder, emanating from the central hall. He crept closer, careful to stay in the shadows. Through a chink in the wooden shutters he could see inside. Most of an oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the walls. The villagers were gathered, Malachi at their head, but this was no gentle discourse. Malachi's voice was different now, harsher, more resonant, speaking in a language Liam didn't recognize. The words filled with sharp consonants and elongated vowels. The villagers swayed, their eyes closed, some moaning softly. Hester stood beside Malachi, her obsidian eye seeming to glow faintly in the dim light. She held a shallow bowl, and from it she sprinkled a dark powder into the central hearth. The flames leaped, momentarily turning a sickly green, and the sweet metallic scent intensified, so strong it made Liam gag. He saw Jonah in the crowd, his face pale and sweating, his eyes squeezed shut, his lips moving as if repeating the strange words against his will. The atmosphere in the hall was charged, electric with a primal, unsettling energy. Liam felt a pressure in his own head, a faint echo of the strange syllables, trying to find purchase. He pulled away from the window, his heart pounding. This was not a peaceful eco-community. This was a cult, bound by ancient, terrifying rituals, sustained by sacrifices to some unknown power. Sarah had stumbled into this, questioned it, and had likely paid a terrible price. He had to find that cave. He had to see these texts for himself. He had to understand the full extent of the horror that had consumed Viridian and his sister. The whispers in the walls were becoming screams. Chapter 4: The Price of Flourishing. Liam waited until the deepest part of the night, when the moon was a sliver hidden by thick clouds, and the only sounds were the sighing of the wind in the pines and the distant rush of the stream. The chanting from the central hall had long since ceased, replaced by an exhausted, almost drugged silence that lay heavy over Viridian. He slipped out of his hut, the maglite in his hand, its beam kept low. Jonah's directions were burned into his memory. Follow the stream upwards, past the Whispering Falls, to the Sentinel Rocks. The air was cold, biting at his exposed skin. The sweet metallic scent, so pervasive during the day, seemed to have receded slightly, replaced by the clean, sharp smell of pine and damp earth. He moved with deliberate stealth, keeping to the shadows, his senses straining for any sign of watchfulness. The village seemed to sleep, but it was a restless, uneasy slumber, as if the rituals of the evening had stirred things best left undisturbed. He found the stream easily, its dark waters gurgling over stones. He began to follow its course upstream, away from the village, deeper into the encroaching forest. The trees pressed in, their branches skeletal fingers against the starless sky. The ground became more uneven, littered with rocks and tangled roots. After what felt like an hour of careful progress, the sound of the stream changed, growing louder, more insistent. He rounded a bend and saw them, the Whispering Falls. It wasn't a large waterfall, more a series of cascades tumbling over moss-covered boulders, the water creating a constant, sibilant whisper that seemed to form half-heard words, just at the edge of perception. The air here was thick with mist. Jonah had been explicit, beyond the Whispering Falls. Liam pushed through a curtain of wet ferns, the cold water droplets clinging to his face and hair. The terrain became steeper, the path less clear. He relied on the sound of the stream, now a more muted presence to his right. His maglite beam cut a swathe through the darkness, picking out the gnarled trunks of ancient trees, their bark like wrinkled skin. He felt a prickling sensation on his neck, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. But when he swept the light around, he saw nothing but shadows and the dense, unyielding forest. Then, looming out of the darkness ahead, he saw them. 3 colossal pillars of dark stone, thrusting upwards from the earth like the petrified fingers of some long-dead giant. The Sentinel Rocks. They dwarfed the surrounding trees, their surfaces slick with moisture and patches of pale lichen that seemed to glow faintly in the beam of his flashlight. An aura of immense age and silent power emanated from them. They didn't just mark a location, they guarded it. The cave mouth is hidden behind them, cloaked in shadow and older vines, Jonah had whispered. Liam approached the monoliths with caution. The ground around their base was clear of undergrowth, as if nothing dared grow too close. He circled the central, largest pillar. On its far side, almost completely obscured by a thick curtain of ancient woody vines that snaked down from a high crevice, was a dark opening. A fissure in the rock, no taller than a man and barely wide enough to squeeze through. This had to be it. The air emanating from the opening was cold, stale, and carried a faint, earthy smell, different from the pervasive scent of the village. It was the smell of deep, undisturbed places. He took a breath, steeling himself. This was what Sarah had sought. This was the source of Viridian's twisted power. He pushed aside the heavy vines, their dry leaves rustling like skeletal hands, and stepped into the darkness. The passage was narrow at first, forcing him to turn sideways. The rock walls were damp and cold to the touch. His flashlight beam danced ahead, revealing a rough-hewn tunnel that sloped gently downwards. The silence here was absolute, a dead, tomb-like quiet that absorbed the sound of his own breathing, the crunch of his boots on the gritty floor. After about 20 paces, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. He swept the light around. The chamber was vast, a natural cavern whose ceiling was lost in the impenetrable blackness above. Stalactites hung like stone icicles, some reaching down to meet thick stalagmites thrusting up from the floor, forming grotesque pillars. The air was heavy, difficult to breathe. And in the center of this vast, subterranean space, he saw it, a raised stone platform like a natural altar. And upon it, resting on crudely fashioned wooden stands, were several large, leather-bound volumes and unfurled scrolls of some parchment-like material. The texts. Liam approached slowly, a sense of profound unease mixed with a grim determination. The books were ancient, their leather bindings cracked and brittle, secured with tarnished metal clasps. The scrolls were yellowed with age, covered in intricate, spidery script and disturbing pictograms. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the cover of the nearest volume. It felt cold, strangely resistant. He unfastened the clasps and carefully opened the book. The pages were thick, almost like animal hide, and covered in the same angular, unsettling symbols he had seen carved above the door of the central hall. Interspersed with the script were crude, yet terrifyingly vivid illustrations. He saw figures, recognizably human, engaged in bizarre rituals. He saw them offering sacrifices, animals, and then unmistakably human forms to grotesque, shadowy entities that seemed to rise from the earth or descend from a stardusted void. He saw depictions of transformation, of humans sprouting extra limbs, their features distorting into something monstrous. He saw power, raw and terrible, flowing from these acts, manifesting as bolts of energy or as unnatural growth and fecundity in the land. A wave of nausea washed over him. This was the wisdom Malachi spoke of. This was the harmony Sarah had sought. It was a pact, a dark covenant made with forces that demanded a hideous price. The flourishing of Viridian, its unnatural bounty, was fed by blood and horror. He moved to the scrolls, unrolling one carefully. The script was finer here, more elaborate, but the illustrations were even more disturbing. One depicted a ritual of ascension, where a figure, presumably a leader or priest, consumed a glowing substance and was then enveloped by a vortex of dark energy, his body contorting, changing. The final image was of a monstrous, multi-limbed creature, vaguely humanoid but utterly alien, its eyes burning with malevolent light. Below it, smaller figures prostrated themselves in worship. A rustling sound from the depths of the cavern made him freeze. He snapped his flashlight beam towards the noise. Nothing, just shadows and the drip, drip, drip of water from the distant ceiling. But the feeling of being watched was stronger here, almost a physical pressure. He turned his attention to another scroll, this one seeming to detail the properties of various plants. Some looked like the ones growing in Viridian's gardens, and their uses in potions and poultices. Next to depictions of healing and enhanced strength were others showing the induction of madness, of agonizing pain, of transformation into mindless servitude. One illustration showed a figure with an eye replaced by a dark stone, much like Hester, granting them the ability to see threads of power. He had seen enough. This was not just a belief system. It was a manual for wielding dark, corrupting power, a guide to bartering humanity for fleeting gifts from entities that cared nothing for their supplicants. He thought of Sarah, her bright curiosity, her desire to find something real, something meaningful. Had she seen these texts? Had she understood their true nature? Jonah's words echoed in his mind. She asked too many questions. She argued with Malachi. She said the words were being twisted. A low moan echoed from a deeper part of the cavern, a sound of utter despair and unimaginable suffering. Liam's blood ran cold. It wasn't an animal, it was, or had been, human. He moved cautiously towards the sound, his maglite beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. The cavern narrowed again, leading to a smaller, alcove-like chamber, partially blocked by a crude barrier of sharpened stakes. Peering through the gaps, he saw something that would haunt his nightmares for the rest of his life. Chained to the far wall, half hidden in shadow, was a grotesque parody of a human form. It was a writhing mass of flesh, limbs fused at unnatural angles, multiple eyes weeping a viscous fluid, a chorus of mouths moaning and gibbering incoherently. Patches of skin were stretched taut over bloated sections, while other areas hung in loose, discolored folds. It was the failed ascendant, the horrifying result of a ritual gone catastrophically wrong, a living testament to the text's ultimate betrayal. It sensed his presence, its many eyes swiveling towards him, a low, guttural growl rumbling from one of its mouths. Liam stumbled backwards, a choked cry escaping his lips. This was the end result of Malachi's path. This was the ascension the texts promised. He had to get out to warn someone, though who would believe him? He turned to flee, back towards the main chamber where the texts lay. As he reached the stone altar, a sudden gust of wind, cold and carrying the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and dry like dust from a forgotten tomb, swept through the cavern, extinguishing his maglite. He fumbled for his lighter, his hands shaking. The wind rustled the parchments on the altar, a dry, whispering sound. Then, from the surface of the largest, open scroll, a shadow seemed to deepen, to coalesce. It was darker than the surrounding blackness, an inky blot that writhed and shifted, forming itself into razor-sharp glyphs that hovered in the air for a moment, glowing with a faint, internal malevolence. The ink-bound horror. The glyphs swirled, then shot towards him like a swarm of angry hornets. Chapter 5, Scriptorium of Shadows. Liam cried out, flinging an arm up to shield his face as the cloud of shadowy glyphs rushed at him. He stumbled backwards, his heel catching on an uneven piece of rock. He sprawled onto the gritty cavern floor, the impact jarring his teeth. The lighter flew from his grasp, skittering into the darkness with a faint metallic clang. Plunged into absolute blackness, the only illumination came from the faint, predatory glow of the glyphs themselves as they swirled above him, reforming, seeming to hesitate. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through him. He scrambled away, crab-walking blindly, his hands scraping against the rough stone. The air thrummed with a low, inaudible vibration, a pressure building in his ears, in his skull. The sweet metallic scent, which had been faint in the cave, suddenly intensified, mixed with the dry, dusty aroma of ancient parchment and something else, an acrid, burnt smell, like overheated electronics or discharging static. The glyphs descended, not with physical impact, but with a chilling psychic assault. Images, sharp and brutal, flashed through his mind. The screaming faces of sacrificial victims, the contorted forms of those warped by the rituals, Malachi's serene smile twisting into a predatory leer, Hester's obsidian eye burning like a coal. It was an attempt to overwhelm, to break his will, to inscribe the text's madness directly onto his consciousness. He squeezed his eyes shut, teeth clenched, fighting against the violating intrusion. "No," he gasped, the word a ragged exhalation. "Get out of my head." He groped wildly for the maglite, his fingers brushing against its cool metal casing. He seized it, his thumb fumbling for the switch. The heavy flashlight, a reassuring weight in his trembling hand, flared to life, its powerful beam cutting through the oppressive darkness, striking the hovering cloud of glyphs. The effect was instantaneous. The shadowy symbols recoiled as if struck, their faint glow dimming, their forms becoming less distinct, more diffuse. They scattered, retreating towards the ancient scrolls on the stone altar, a hissed whisper like dry leaves skittering across pavement, echoing through the cavern. The psychic pressure lessened, the horrific images receding from his mind, leaving behind a residue of nausea and a throbbing headache. Liam scrambled to his feet, his legs unsteady, the maglite beam held out like a weapon. The ink-bound horror, or whatever it was, had not attacked him physically, but the mental violation had been terrifying, a glimpse into the insidious power of the texts. It wasn't just knowledge, it was sentient, predatory. He backed away slowly, keeping the beam fixed on the altar. The shadows around the scrolls seemed deeper, more active, as if the entity was still there, lurking within the ancient script, watching him. He had to get out. The moans of the failed ascendant from the adjoining chamber served as a chilling reminder of the stakes. He reached the narrow passage leading out of the main cavern, his heart still hammering against his ribs. He didn't dare turn his back completely on the altar. As he squeezed through the opening, he heard a faint, guttural chuckle from the direction of the chained creature, a sound that seemed to hold a spark of malevolent amusement. The journey back up the sloping tunnel felt longer, more arduous than before. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every drip of water sounded like a footstep. He expected at any moment to feel the psychic assault again, or worse, to encounter a physical guardian. Jonah had mentioned guardians. Was the ink-bound horror one of them? Or was there something else, something more tangible, lurking in these lightless depths? He finally saw the faint outline of the cave mouth ahead, the thick curtain of vines a welcome sight. Pushing through them, he stumbled out into the pre-dawn gloom of the forest, gasping for air. The atmosphere outside, though still heavy with the forest's brooding presence, felt almost fresh and clean compared to the stagnant, malevolent air of the cavern. The sentinel rocks loomed over him, silent, indifferent judges. He didn't stop. He plunged back into the forest, following the stream downwards, moving as quickly as he dared in the treacherous terrain. The images from the texts, the sight of the failed ascendant, the chilling touch of the ink-bound horror, they replayed in his mind, a horrifying loop. Sarah, what had happened to her? Had she seen these things? Had she been an offering? The thought was a physical blow, stealing his breath. He had to assume the worst. Viridian was not a sanctuary, it was a trap. Malachi was not a benevolent elder, he was a high priest of some ancient, bloodthirsty power. Hester was his enforcer, his handmaiden of sacrifice, and the villagers, they were either complicit, broken, or too terrified to resist. Jonah was his only potential ally, but the young man was clearly petrified. As the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, painting the forest in shades of ash and despair, Liam found himself back at the Whispering Falls. He paused, drinking deeply from his water bottle, trying to calm the frantic thumping of his heart, trying to think. He couldn't just flee, not without answers, not without Sarah or at least definitive proof of her fate, but staying in Viridian was now clearly a death sentence. He was an outsider who knew too much. Malachi's serene facade would surely crack once he realized Liam had discovered their secret, or perhaps the elder already knew. Perhaps his hospitality was merely a way of luring Liam into a sense of false security, buying time until the next suitable ritual. The bluebird patch in his pocket felt like a lead weight. Sarah had been brave, inquisitive. She had questioned the texts, argued with Malachi. That bravery had likely sealed her fate. He owed it to her to expose this place, to bring whatever passed for justice to this hidden valley of horrors. But how? He was one man against an entire community bound by dark power, a community that had access to forces beyond his comprehension. He thought of the satellite phone in his backpack, useless in the deep valley but perhaps on the ridge where he'd first spotted Viridian. He needed evidence. The texts themselves were too dangerous, too well guarded, but a recording, a photograph. His small digital camera, he still had it. A new resolve hardened within him. He wouldn't run. Not yet. He would go back to the village, feign ignorance for as long as possible. He would try to speak to Jonah again, to glean more information. He needed to find out what happened to Sarah, specifically. And he needed to find a way to document the horrors of Viridian before he attempted to escape and bring help. It was a desperate plan, fraught with peril, but the alternative, abandoning Sarah to this place, letting these atrocities continue unchecked, was unthinkable. He made his way back towards the village, the rising sun doing little to dispel the chill that had settled deep in his bones. He approached from a different angle this time, hopping to observe unseen. As he neared the edge of the cultivated plots, he saw movement. Several villagers, Hester among them, were gathered near the stream. They were not drawing water. They were washing something, something large and stained dark red. Liam's stomach clenched. He raised his binoculars, his hands shaking so badly he could barely focus. They were scrubbing a large, thick canvas sheet, the kind that might be used to wrap a body. The water around their feet was tinged pink. Hester straightened, her obsidian eye seeming to scan the tree line directly towards where Liam was concealed. He ducked down, his heart pounding. Had she seen him? He stayed hidden, watching as they finished their grim task, folding the now cleaner, though still faintly stained, canvas. They spoke in low tones, their faces grim. Then one of them, a burly man Liam recognized as Kane, the village enforcer, shouldered the folded canvas and headed towards the central hall. Hester lingered for a moment, her gaze sweeping the forest edge once more before she turned and followed. Liam waited until they were gone, then slowly rose. The evidence was circumstantial, but his gut screamed the truth. Someone had been sacrificed, offered up, very recently, and Sarah was still missing. The pieces were falling into place, forming a picture of unimaginable horror. His time was running out. He had to act and act quickly before he became Viridian's next offering to the flourishing darkness. The sun was higher now, but the valley felt colder than ever, wrapped in the scriptorium of shadows and the blood price of its continued existence. Chapter 6. The Bone Knitter's Bargain. Liam skirted the edge of the village, avoiding the main paths, his mind racing. The image of the villagers washing the stained canvas by the stream was seared into his thoughts. He needed to find Jonah, but approaching him directly after what he'd seen, after his unauthorized visit to the cave, was too risky. Hester's unnerving gaze from the stream bank felt like a silent accusation. He found himself near a cluster of smaller, more isolated huts at the western edge of Viridian, closer to the denser part of the forest. Smoke, thin and acrid, curled from the chimney of one dwelling, a hut slightly more dilapidated than the others. A strange, rhythmic clicking sound, accompanied by a low, tuneless humming, emanated from within. Curiosity, overriding his caution for a moment, drew him closer. The window was small and caked with grime, but he managed to find a clearer spot. Peering inside, he saw an old woman, her back to him, hunched over a workbench. Her skin, where it was visible beneath a threadbare shawl, was almost translucent, revealing the faint outline of bones beneath. She was meticulously working with what looked like small animal bones, drilling tiny holes, lacing them together with sinew. Effigies, talismans, ritual tools, they lay scattered across her bench in various stages of completion. This had to be old Alara, the bone knitter Jonah had mentioned, her own body seemingly becoming one with her macabre craft. The clicking sound was her drill, a primitive hand-cranked tool, and the humming was her own eerie, ageless song. Liam considered knocking, then dismissed the idea. She was deeply enmeshed in the village's dark practices, but as he watched, he saw her pause, her head tilting as if listening to something he couldn't hear. She set down her tools and slowly rose, her movements stiff. She shuffled towards a dark corner of the hut, rummaged for a moment, and then brought out a small, covered clay pot. From it, she took a piece of dried meat, or what looked like it, and placed it just outside her door on a flat stone. Then she retreated inside, the clicking and humming resuming. An offering, to whom? Liam waited hidden. Minutes passed. Then from the shadows of the forest a creature emerged. It was one of the Gloomfang pack, larger than any dog he'd ever seen, its fur matted, its eyes glowing with a sickly green luminescence even in the daylight. It approached the offering cautiously, sniffed it, then devoured it in a single gulp. It looked towards Alara's hut, gave a low, guttural growl that sounded almost like acknowledgement, then melted back into the trees. An idea, desperate and dangerous, began to form in Liam's mind. These Gloomfangs were used for tracking, for guarding. If he could somehow use one. But how? He couldn't overpower it, and he certainly couldn't befriend it. He spent the next few hours in a state of heightened anxiety, observing the village from the fringes, trying to appear as if he were merely wandering, taking in the peace of Viridian. He saw Malachi emerge from the central hall, his expression serene as ever as he addressed a small group of villagers, his voice carrying that hypnotic cadence. Liam avoided him, keeping to the periphery. He needed to find out where they had taken the canvas, and more importantly, what it had contained. The opportunity came when most of the villagers were gathered for the midday meal, a silent, joyless affair in the central hall. Liam, feigning a need for solitude, slipped away. He made his way to the back of the central hall, where a smaller, windowless structure was attached, a storeroom perhaps. The door was thick wood, secured with a heavy iron bar. He doubted he could force it. He circled the building looking for any other point of entry. There was none. But as he neared a refuse pile behind the storeroom, discarded vegetable matter, broken tools, ashes, he noticed something. Drag marks in the damp earth, leading from the stream towards the storeroom door, and a faint, coppery scent, quickly masked by the other odors of the midden heap. His heart pounded. This was where they had taken it, but getting inside was another matter. He remembered old Elara and the Gloomfang. A desperate, unsettling thought. Perhaps the bone knitter, for all her immersion in the village's darkness, operated on a system of exchange. She fed the beasts. Perhaps they offered her a form of protection, or at least a lack of molestation. What if he had something to offer her? He returned to her hut later that afternoon. The clicking and humming persisted. He took a deep breath and knocked. The sounds inside stopped abruptly. Silence. Then a raspy voice, "Who is it? If it's not offering time, begone." "My name is Liam Evans," he called out. "I'm a visitor. I have something I believe you might value." A long pause. Then the sound of a wooden bar being lifted. The door creaked open a few inches, revealing a sliver of old Elara's face, her eyes like chips of ancient amber, sharp and suspicious. Visitors bring trouble, or they become it. "I'm looking for my sister," Liam said. "Sarah, she was here. I need to know what happened to her." He held up the small, embroidered bluebird patch. This was hers. Elara's gaze flickered to the patch, then back to his face. She was too bright for this place, asked too many questions. Her voice was a dry whisper. "Some lights are best extinguished before they draw moths." "What moths?" Liam pressed. "What happened to her?" "The texts demand balance," Elara said, her gaze distant. "Flourishing requires pruning. The strong absorb the weak. It is the way of the deep earth." She looked at the patch again. Pretty, but fragile. "I need to get into the storeroom behind the central hall," Liam said, his voice low and urgent. I think evidence of what happened to Sarah might be there." He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out the only thing of value he had on him that might appeal to her strange craft, a small, intricately carved ivory pendant his grandmother had given him, an antique piece from Asia. "This is old, carved bone or something like it, for your work." Elara's eyes, surprisingly sharp, fixed on the pendant. She reached out a skeletal hand, her fingers brushing against the cool ivory. A flicker of something greed, professional interest, crossed her face. "Storeroom is warded, Malachi's bindings, not easy." "But you know the ways of this village," Liam urged. "You know the creatures. Is there a way?" She looked at the pendant again, then at his face, her gaze unnervingly astute. "You seek truth. Truth in Viridian is a sharp stone. It cuts those who grasp it." She paused. "The Gloomfangs patrol at night, especially near the stores. They answer to Hester mostly, but they remember old debts." She tapped a finger against her translucent temple. "They smell fear and intention." "What do you mean?" "If one were to be Distracted, Alara said, her voice dropping even lower, her eyes glinting. If a stronger scent, a more compelling offering were laid elsewhere, they are simple beasts for all their enhancements. She looked pointedly at the pendant in his hand. The bargain was unspoken but clear. "And the wards on the door?" Liam asked. "The wards are strong against direct force," Alara mused almost to herself. "But their power ebbs and flows with the moon, with the strength of Malachi's focus. Tonight, the moon is dark. Malachi's energies were expended in last night's grand ritual. The bindings will be weaker, a strong shoulder at the right moment." She shrugged her bony shoulders. "What is the right moment?" "After the last communal chant, before the deepest dark, when the village sleeps its drugged sleep." She held out her hand for the pendant. Liam hesitated for a fraction of a second, then placed it in her palm. Her fingers, surprisingly strong, closed around it. "There is a root," she said, turning back into her hut and rummaging. "Sleeps the watcher root, chew it. It dulls your scent to the beasts for a short time, makes you less present." She handed him a piece of dark, gnarled root, similar to what he'd seen the woman carrying on his first day. "Do not swallow, just chew, and do not tarry in the storeroom. Some things stored there are best left undisturbed." "What about Sarah?" Liam asked, his voice raw. "What do you know?" Old Alara looked at him, a flicker of something that might have been pity or perhaps just weary understanding in her ancient eyes. "Some who are pruned return to the soil to feed the roots. Some are kept for other purposes, for the deeper texts, for when a vessel of unique resonance is required." Her gaze drifted towards the forest, towards the direction of the hidden cave. The failed ascendant was not always alone in its misery. A cold dread, far deeper than anything he had felt before, enveloped Liam. "Vessel, kept." "Go now," Alara said, her voice suddenly tired. "The path you choose is your own. The bone remembers all debts." She closed the door, the sound of the bar sliding back into place final. Liam stood there for a moment, the piece of root clutched in his hand. Old Alara had given him a sliver of a chance, a dangerous, desperate path. But her final words had painted a picture even more horrifying than immediate sacrifice, kept for other purposes, for the deeper texts. The image of the failed ascendant, writhing in its chains, flashed in his mind. Was Sarah suffering a similar fate, a living ingredient for some unspeakable ritual yet to come? The thought galvanized him. He had to get into that storeroom. He had to know. And then he had to find a way to the cave again, not just for the texts, but for Sarah herself. The price of Viridian's flourishing was becoming clearer, and it was a currency of souls. He waited through the long afternoon, the tension coiling tighter in his gut with every passing hour. He observed the villagers, looking for any sign that they suspected him, but their placid, almost vacant expressions remained unchanged. The evening gathering in the central hall began, the now familiar guttural chanting filling the valley. Liam stayed in his hut, chewing on the bitter root Alara had given him. It numbed his tongue and filled his mouth with an earthy, unpleasant taste, but he forced himself to keep it there. The chanting ended. An hour passed, two. The village sank into its uneasy slumber. The moonless night was absolute. This was the time. He slipped out of his hut, the maglite off, moving by feel and memory. He reached the back of the central hall, the storeroom door a darker shadow in the blackness. He listened. Nothing but the wind and the distant stream. He put his shoulder to the door, testing it. It was solid, unyielding. He remembered Ilara's words, a strong shoulder at the right moment. He took a deep breath, braced himself, and heaved. A faint creak. He pushed again with all his strength. A sharp crack like splintering wood, and the door gave way a few inches, the iron bar on the inside groaning as its fixings tore loose from the frame. He slipped inside, pulling the door partially closed behind him. The air was cold, rank with the smell of old blood, chemicals he didn't recognize, and something else. A cloying sweetness like rotting flowers. He switched on the maglite, keeping the beam low. The storeroom was larger than he expected, shelves lining the walls. They held clay pots, bundles of dried herbs, strange, twisted roots, and tools whose purpose he couldn't guess, knives with oddly shaped blades, intricate metal clasps, leather straps. On one shelf he saw several rough sacks tied shut. He reached for the nearest one, his hand trembling. He fumbled with the knot, then pulled it open. His breath hitched. Inside were clothes, women's clothes, torn and stained, and among them a faded denim jacket he recognized instantly. Sarah's. He plunged his hand deeper into the sack and pulled out a worn leather journal, its cover embossed with a single, stylized sunflower. Sarah's journal. She never went anywhere without it. With shaking fingers, he opened it. Chapter 7. The Sunflower Journal. The storeroom was a crypt of lost things, each item whispering a silent testament to some prior horror. Liam's maglite beam, trembling in his grip, fell upon the open page of Sarah's journal. Her familiar, looping handwriting, usually so full of life, was tight, cramped, as if penned by a hand constricted by fear. The ink was faded in places, smudged in others as if by tears or hurried concealment. He sank to the floor, leaning against a stack of rough wooden crates, the rank air of the storeroom forgotten. He began to read, his heart a cold stone in his chest. Day 3 in Veridian arrived. The journey was intense, almost turned back twice, but the valley, it's like nothing I've ever seen, so green, so alive. Malachi the Elder welcomed me. He speaks of such profound connection to the earth, says they've rediscovered the old ways. I'm hopeful, skeptical but hopeful, need something real after all the surface-level searching. Liam swallowed hard. That was Sarah, always seeking, always believing there was something deeper, something true just beyond her grasp. He turned the page. Day 7. The work is hard but satisfying. Everyone shares the load. There's a rhythm here, a quiet purpose. The food is incredible, flavors I've never tasted. They say it's the soil enriched by their attunement. Some of the practices are a bit strange, lots of chanting, rituals I don't quite understand. But the people seem content, peaceful, though sometimes quiet, too quiet. A chill traced Liam's spine. He knew that quiet, the quiet of suppressed fear, of broken wills. Day 12, Hester. She oversees many of the rituals. She's intense, that eye of hers, the black stone one. It feels like it sees right through me. She uses herbs and powders I don't recognize, says they open the pathways. Some of the villagers seem almost afraid of her. Today I saw her leading a goat garlanded with flowers towards the woods. It didn't come back. When I asked, Malachi said it was an offering for continued bounty. A bit primitive, but they're so earnest about it. Liam's hand tightened on the journal. A goat, the precursor to other offerings. He read on, the entries becoming more sporadic, the tone shifting from hopeful curiosity to a creeping unease. Day 19, Jonah. He's younger, helps with the archives. He seems nervous. Jumped when I asked him about the founding texts Malachi sometimes quotes, said they were sacred and guarded. There's a cave, he hinted, where the original wisdom is kept. I want to see it. If this place is truly what it claims, the source should be open, should it? That was Sarah, pushing, always pushing, against closed doors. Day 25. Something is wrong. Little Elspeth, one of the children, fell ill, a fever. Hester performed a purification ritual. It was disturbing. The chanting was harsh. The herbs smoked acridly. Elspeth screamed. Malachi said the illness was an imbalance, a dissonance in her spirit. The next day, Elspeth was gone. Her parents said she'd been taken to a healing sanctuary deep in the woods to recover, but their eyes, they were empty, dead. Liam felt a wave of nausea. He remembered the solemn, unchildlike faces of the children in the central hall. Had Elspeth become another offering? Day 30, I can't sleep. The chanting, it gets into your head. I found a small, hidden alcove behind the weaving shed. I write this here. I tried to ask Malachi about Elspeth again. He gave me that serene smile, said the great cycle enfolds all things in their time. It felt like a threat. I saw Hester watching me. Her stone eye, it's like a void. Day 33, the gardens, they're not natural. The plants grow too fast, too lush. The scent, it's sweet, but there's something else underneath, something metallic, like old blood. I saw Cain, the enforcer, digging late last night near the new plots. He was burying something, not compost. Liam's own observations confirmed her fears. The unnatural vitality of Viridian was fed by something dark. Day 38, I have to see the texts. Jonah is terrified, but I think he's starting to trust me. He whispered the location of the cave, the Sentinel Rocks. He begged me not to go, said what's in there changes people, corrupts them. He said Malachi. Malachi wasn't always like this. The texts twisted him. Liam's breath hitched. Sarah had gone to the cave. She had seen what he had seen. The next few entries were short, frantic. Day 40, the cave. O gods, the cave, the symbols, the images, sacrifice, transformation, monstrous. This isn't harmony, this is damnation. There's something chained in the back, a thing. It was human once. It moaned. It knew I was there. She had seen the failed ascendant. Liam felt a strange kinship with his sister across the barrier of time and death, a shared horror. Day 41. I confronted Malachi. I told him what I saw. I told him the texts were evil, that this whole place was built on a lie, on suffering. He just smiled, that terrible, calm smile. He said I had seen but not understood. He said I had great potential, that I could be a conduit for true power. He said I was unbalanced by my old-world morality. He said they would help me find harmony. Liam's blood ran cold. Malachi hadn't seen her as a threat to be eliminated, but as a resource to be exploited. Day 42. They're watching me, all of them. Their eyes are empty. Hester never leaves me alone for long. Jonah tries to warn me with his eyes, but he's too scared. I overheard Malachi talking to Hester. The vessel is almost prepared. The lunar alignment nears. She will serve the deep awakening. What does that mean? What awakening? This was it, the final entries. Liam's hands were slick with sweat. Day 43, I have to get out. They're planning something for me, some ritual. Hester brought me a special tea tonight, said it would cleanse and prepare me. I pretended to drink it, poured it into the dirt floor when she wasn't looking. I'm hiding this journal if anyone finds this. Liam, if you find this. Don't trust them, get out. It's a trap. They feed the darkness here, they feed it with. The last word was a smudged, illegible scrawl, as if her hand had been shaking too violently or as if she'd been interrupted. After it, a single stark sentence, written with a different pressure, a desperate finality. They're coming for me. Liam closed the journal, his body trembling. Sarah hadn't just vanished. She hadn't been simply sacrificed on some crude altar. She had been targeted, groomed, prepared for something specific, something related to the deep awakening and the lunar alignment. The vessel is almost prepared. Old Ilara's words came back. Some are kept for other purposes, for the deeper texts. His sister was likely still alive. But alive for what? To become another failed ascendant, to be consumed by some entity summoned from the texts. The uncertainty was a new kind of torture. A sound from outside the storeroom, a soft footfall, then another. Someone was approaching. Liam scrambled to his feet, heart pounding. He shoved Sarah's journal into his backpack along with the denim jacket. He had to hide the sack of clothes again, make it look undisturbed. He quickly retied it, thrusting it back onto the shelf. He glanced around the storeroom, his mind racing. He couldn't get out the way he came in. They'd see the broken door. His eyes fell on a stack of empty wooden crates in the far corner, beneath a small, high window, not much bigger than a ventilation slit, caked with grime and cobwebs. It was his only chance. The footsteps stopped outside the storeroom door. He heard the low murmur of voices. One was Hester's, sharp and impatient. The other, Malachi's, calm and authoritative. The seeker is restless, Malachi said, his voice carrying clearly through the wooden door. He probes, he questions. It is time his energies were channeled. The preparations for the solstice bloom are nearly complete, Elder, Hester replied. He could be a valuable offering. His life force is strong. Indeed, Malachi mused. But Sarah's resonance was unique. A pity her. Recalibration took longer than anticipated. Perhaps this Liam shares some of her potential. We will observe him, test him. Liam's blood ran cold. They were talking about him, and Sarah. Recalibration. Was that what they were doing to her? Breaking her will, forcing her into some horrifying role? He had to move. Now. He scrambled onto the crates, his hands reaching for the small window. It was fastened with a simple, rusted latch. He fumbled with it, his fingers clumsy with urgency. The voices outside grew closer. He heard the scraping sound of the damaged bar being moved from the door. The latch gave. He pushed the window outwards. It opened onto the dark, narrow alleyway behind the storeroom. He squeezed through the small opening, his shoulders scraping against the rough wood, and dropped silently to the ground outside. He didn't dare look back. He fled into the deepest shadows of Viridian, Sarah's journal a heavy weight in his pack, her desperate words a screaming indictment of this accursed place. the solstice bloom. Whatever it was, it sounded like a deadline. And he and Sarah were both running out of time. Chapter 8. The Gloomfang's Gambit. The pre-dawn air was a knife against Liam's skin as he slipped through the sleeping village, every shadow a potential enemy, every rustle of leaves a threat. Malachi's words echoed in his mind. We will observe him, test him. They knew he was more than just a grieving brother. They suspected he was unearthing their secrets. His feigned ignorance was no longer a viable shield. He had to get to Sarah. The journal confirmed she was alive, at least when she'd written the last entry. But recalibration and being a vessel for the deep awakening sounded like a fate worse than a quick death. The solstice bloom. That was the time frame. He didn't know when the solstice was, but it couldn't be far off. Late autumn was already yielding to the first hints of winter's chill. His mind raced, sifting through the horrifying knowledge he'd gathered. The cave, the texts, the failed ascendant. Sarah was likely being held somewhere secure, somewhere connected to these elements. Not in the village itself, too many eyes, too much risk of her being seen or heard. The cave complex was the most logical place, but it was guarded not just by whatever monstrous entities lurked there, but by the villagers themselves. He thought of old Ilara's words, the Gloomfang's patrol. They answer to Hester mostly, but they remember old debts. He still had the ivory pendant. He had returned it to his pocket after finding Sarah's journal, a small token of a bargain not yet fully complete. Perhaps it was time to call in that debt. He needed a distraction, a significant one, something to draw the village's attention and its guardians away from the cave. And he needed a way to navigate the forest unseen, perhaps even to use its own denizens to his advantage. He made his way cautiously towards old Ilara's hut. No smoke from her chimney this time, no clicking or humming. The hut was dark, silent. He hesitated. Had she betrayed him? Was this a trap? But desperation spurred him on. He knocked softly. Silence. He knocked again, a little louder. Ilara, it's Liam. I need your help, the debt. A faint rustling from within. The door creaked open a bare inch. Ilara's voice, weaker than before, a dry whisper. The bone remembers. What do you seek now, Stone Turner? I need to get to the cave. Undetected, Liam said, his voice urgent. They're holding my sister there for the solstice bloom. Ambitious, Ilara rasped. The cave is sacred ground, treacherous for those not attuned. She paused. Hester prepares, the energies are coalescing. A bad time to stir the depths. I don't have a choice, Liam said. The ivory pendant. You said the Gloomfangs remember debts. Ilara was silent for a long moment. Then the beasts are creatures of scent and instinct and pain. Hester binds them with pain and with portions from the texts, but their loyalty is conditional. She coughed, a dry, racking sound. There is a way, risky, it might turn on you. Tell me, Liam urged. The Alpha, the oldest, the one they call Scarsnout, he has a grievance with Hester. She took his mate for a ritual long ago. He has not forgotten. Ilara's voice was barely audible. If he could be guided, his rage could be a powerful diversion. Guided how? There is a specific scent, Ilara whispered. A mixture, blood from one of Hester's favored tools. and the musk of a rival pack from beyond the valley. It would drive Scarsnout into a territorial frenzy. He would lead his pack towards the source of the scent, away from their usual patrol routes around the cave. "Can you make this mixture?" Liam asked, a desperate hope flickering. "It takes time," Alara said, "and ingredients I no longer have easy access to. Hester watches me closely now. She suspects my allegiances are wavering." She coughed again. "But for the pendant, a fair trade, and perhaps a small measure of my own, balancing." "What do you need?" Alara listed a few items. A specific type of luminous moss that grew only near the Whispering Falls, feathers from the carrion crows that roosted near the cave mouth, and a scraping of rust from the chains that bound the failed ascendant. The last item made Liam's blood run cold. "The chains," he whispered. "How?" "You have been to the deep places once," Alara said, a faint, knowing rasp in her voice. "Go again, briefly. The rust holds an echo of the old powers, a resonance Scarsnout will recognize. It will bind his attention." The thought of returning to that horrifying cavern, to the presence of the failed ascendant and the ink-bound horror, was terrifying. But if it meant a chance to save Sarah— "And the rival musk?" Liam asked. "I have a small amount, saved for a special occasion." A faint, grim smile touched Alara's lips. "Hester is not the only one who plans ahead in Viridian." The plan was insane. It relied on too many variables, too many chances for things to go catastrophically wrong. But it was the only plan he had. "When can you have it ready?" "Bring me the items by moonrise tomorrow," Alara said. "I will do what I can, but be warned. If this fails, the Gloomfangs will tear you apart, and Hester will not be merciful." She closed the door, leaving Liam alone in the darkness with his perilous task. The rest of the day was a torment of waiting and watching. Liam forced himself to eat the bland food provided, to maintain an air of weary resignation when he encountered any villagers. He saw Malachi watching him from the steps of the central hall, those pale, knowing eyes following his every move. Hester, too, seemed to be ever present, her obsidian eye glinting with cold suspicion. As dusk approached, he knew he couldn't delay. He slipped away from the village, heading once more towards the Whispering Falls and the Sentinel Rocks. The journey to the cave felt different this time. Not easier, but imbued with a desperate, focused urgency. He found the luminous moss near the falls, its faint glow a ghostly beacon in the twilight. He collected a handful, its touch cool and damp. Reaching the Sentinel Rocks, he hesitated. The thought of the carrion crows with their oily feathers and knowing eyes was unsettling. But he needed their feathers. He found their roosting place high on one of the monoliths, a messy collection of twigs and debris. He waited until a few of the grotesque birds landed. Then, with a well-aimed stone, he startled them into flight, managing to collect several dark, metallic feathers that drifted down. Then came the hardest part, entering the cave again. The stale, cold air seemed to clutch at him as he pushed through the vines. He moved quickly, the maglite beam cutting a swathe through the darkness towards the chamber of the failed ascendant. The creature was moaning, a low, continuous sound of agony. Liam avoided looking directly at it, focusing on the heavy iron chains that bound it to the wall. They were thick with rust. He used a sharp stone he'd picked up to scrape a small pile of the reddish-brown powder into a piece of cloth. The creature stirred, a guttural snarl emanating from one of its mouths. Liam didn't wait. He fled the cavern, his heart pounding. The image of the chained horror burned into his retinas. He returned to Alara's hut under the cloak of deepest night. He knocked softly. The door opened. Alara looked even more frail, her skin stretched like parchment over her bones, but her eyes held a spark of fierce energy. "You have them," she rasped. Liam handed over the moss, the feathers, and the cloth containing the rust. Ilara nodded. "Good, it will take some hours. Come back before the first hint of dawn." She closed the door. Liam spent the intervening hours hidden in the forest, Sarah's journal his only companion, rereading her desperate words, fueling his resolve. As the sky began to pale in the east, he returned to Alara's hut. She opened the door, holding out a small, tightly stoppered clay vial. "It is done," she said. "The scent is potent. Unstopper it only when you are ready. Place it where you want Scarsnout to go, then get clear and hope the wind is in your favor." She pressed another piece of the Sleeps the Watcher root into his hand. "This will help, but the Alpha's senses are keen." "Thank you, Alara," Liam said, his voice thick with emotion. "The bone remembers," she whispered. "Now go, your sister. The solstice bloom is 3 nights from now, when the moon is reborn from darkness. Malachi plans a grand unveiling." Her eyes held a grim warning. 3 nights, he had so little time. He chose his location carefully, a clearing deep in the woods far from the cave, but in a direction that would draw the Gloomfang pack across the main paths leading to Viridian, creating maximum chaos and diversion. He chewed the bitter root Alara had given him. Then, with trembling hands, he unstoppered the vial. The scent that wafted out was overpowering, a complex, rank odor of musk, blood, and something ancient and primal, with an undercurrent of the failed ascendant's metallic taint. It was a declaration of war in the olfactory language of predators. He placed the open vial at the base of a large pine tree, then retreated, climbing high into the branches of another tree overlooking the clearing. He waited. An hour passed. The sun began to climb. Then he heard it, a distant howl filled with rage and challenge, then another closer. The Gloomfang pack was on the move. Soon they burst into the clearing, led by a massive brute with a scarred muzzle and eyes burning with a furious green light Scarsnout. The Alpha sniffed the air, its hackles raised, then zeroed in on the vial. It let out a deafening roar, a sound that promised violence. The other Gloomfangs joined in, their howls echoing through the forest. They milled around the vial, snapping and snarling then, as one, Scarsnout led them crashing through the undergrowth, not towards the cave but deeper into the forest, towards the direction from which a rival pack might encroach, towards Viridian. The gambit had worked, for now. Liam scrambled down from the tree, his heart pounding. He had his diversion. Now he had to use it. He raced towards the Sentinel Rocks, towards the cave, towards Sarah. The forest was alive with the sound of the hunting pack, a symphony of savage fury that he hoped would mask his own desperate intrusion into Viridian's dark heart. Chapter 9. The Chamber of Still Whispers. The howls of the Gloomfang pack, a chorus of territorial rage, faded behind Liam as he scrambled towards the sentinel rocks. Old Alara's gambit had worked, drawing the monstrous canines away from their usual patrol routes around the cave. But he knew the diversion wouldn't last forever. He had to be quick. Reaching the hidden cave mouth, he paused, listening. The usual oppressive silence of the place was subtly altered, overlaid by the distant, echoing fury of the pack. It was a thin cover, but better than none. He pushed through the vines and plunged into the familiar, cold darkness of the passage. The main cavern, with its altar of forbidden texts, was still and silent. The ink-bound horror seemed dormant, the scrolls lying inert on their stands. Liam didn't linger. His goal lay deeper within, where Sarah was likely being held. He moved towards the passage that led to the chamber of the failed ascendant, the maglite beam bouncing erratically in his trembling hand. The moans of the chained creature were louder here, more insistent. Liam steeled himself, pushing past the crude barrier of stakes. The failed ascendant writhed in its bonds, its multiple eyes fixing on him, a low growl rumbling from its primary mouth. But it made no move to attack, its chains holding it fast. Liam averted his gaze from the grotesque spectacle, scanning the chamber. Jonah had hinted, and Alara had confirmed, that others might be kept here. He swept the beam of his flashlight around the chamber, his eyes searching for any sign of another prisoner, another victim of Viridian's horrific recalibration. The chamber was small, the walls rough and uneven. In one shadowy corner, almost hidden behind a jutting outcrop of rock, he saw it a narrow fissure, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, leading into what looked like another, smaller alcove. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through him. He approached cautiously, his heart hammering. He shone the light into the fissure. It opened into a tiny, cramped space, more a cell than a chamber. And there, huddled on the cold stone floor, her back to him, was a figure. Slender, with long, dark hair matted with dirt. "Sarah," he whispered, his voice choked. The figure flinched, then slowly, agonizingly turned. Her face was pale, gaunt, her eyes wide and haunted, ringed with dark circles, but it was her. Sarah. Alive. "Liam." Her voice was a dry, cracked whisper, almost unrecognizable. She stared at him as if he were a hallucination, her eyes struggling to focus. Relief, so potent it was dizzying, washed over him. He pushed through the narrow opening, stumbling into the tiny cell. He knelt beside her, reaching out. "Sarah, it's me. I'm here. I'm going to get you out." She shrank back at his touch, a small, animalistic sound of fear escaping her lips. "No, no more. Preparations." She mumbled, her gaze darting around the cell as if expecting Hester or Malachi to appear. "Sarah, it's Liam," he repeated gently, keeping his voice low and calm. "It's okay. They don't know I'm here, the Gloomfangs. I created a diversion." Her eyes slowly focused on his face, a flicker of recognition, of sanity, returning to their depths. "Liam," she whispered again, this time with a dawning, incredulous hope. Tears welled, tracing clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. "You came. I thought I was lost." "I found your journal," he said, his own voice thick with emotion. "I know what they're planning, the solstice bloom. We don't have much time." She nodded, her body trembling. They bring me things, potions, they chant. The words, they get inside your head. She clutched her temples, her face contorting in remembered pain. Malachi says, I'm a key to unlock the deep sleep of the earth god. We have to go, Liam said, helping her to her feet. She was weak, unsteady, leaning heavily on him. Can you walk? I think so, she whispered. They haven't broken my legs yet. The grim humor was a faint echo of the sister he knew. He led her out of the cramped cell, back into the chamber of the failed ascendant. The creature watched them, its many eyes blinking slowly, its moans subsiding into a series of low, guttural clicks. It seemed curious, or perhaps it recognized a fellow prisoner, a kindred spirit in suffering. As they passed the altar in the main cavern, Sarah shuddered, averting her gaze from the forbidden texts. The source of it all, she breathed. The poison. Liam kept his maglite beam moving, scanning for any sign of the ink-bound horror. The scrolls remained still, the shadows around them quiescent. But he couldn't shake the feeling that the cave itself was watching them, its ancient consciousness aware of their flight. They reached the cave mouth, the distant howls of the Gloomfang still audible, though fainter now. The diversion was holding, but for how much longer? Liam pushed aside the vines, and they stepped out into the dim light of the forest. Sarah blinked, shielding her eyes, unused to even this muted illumination after days, perhaps weeks, in the darkness of the cave. "Which way?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. "The ridge," Liam said, "where I left the SUV, if I can get it unstuck, and if the satellite phone works up there, we might have a chance." The journey through the forest was agonizingly slow. Sarah was weak, stumbling frequently. Liam supported her, half carrying her at times, his own strength beginning to wane. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent jolts of adrenaline through him. He expected at any moment to hear the pursuit, the shouts of the villagers, the baying of the Gloomfangs returning. They reached the Whispering Falls. Sarah paused, her eyes wide with a remembered terror. They perform ablutions here," she whispered. Before the deeper rituals in the cave, cleansing for the sacrifice." Liam pulled her gently onward. "We can't stop." As they climbed the ridge where he had first surveyed Viridian, the sounds of the Gloomfang pack grew more distinct again, but they seemed to be moving parallel to them, still engaged in their frenzied hunt, not yet homing in on the cave or the village. Ilara's concoction was potent. They finally reached the crest. The valley of Viridian lay below them, deceptively peaceful in the gray light. Liam scanned for any sign of alarm, any organized search party. Nothing yet, but he knew it wouldn't last. He led Sarah to where he had abandoned the SUV. It was still there, sunk deep in the mud, a monument to his initial overconfidence. "Okay," he said, trying to keep the desperation out of his voice. "Let's see if we can get this thing out." They tried for what felt like an eternity, using branches, rocks, anything they could find to give the tires purchase. Liam gunned the engine, Sarah pushed, her frail strength pitiful against the weight of the vehicle. The wheels spun, spraying mud, digging deeper. It was hopeless. "It's no good," Liam gasped, slumping against the hood, his chest heaving. "We're not getting it out." Sarah leaned against the vehicle, her face pale, her eyes filled with despair. "So what now?" she whispered. "They'll find us. Malachi, he won't let us escape. Not after what I know, not when the solstice bloom is so close." Liam pulled out the satellite phone. He extended the antenna, his fingers fumbling with the buttons. He held it up, searching for a signal, one bar flickering, then gone. He tried again, moving a few paces, holding it higher. Nothing. The dense forest canopy, the isolating geography of the valley, it was blocking any chance of a call. "Damn it," he swore, slamming his fist against the muddy fender of the SUV. Sarah looked at him, her eyes hollow. "We're trapped here, aren't we?" Before Liam could answer, a sound reached them from the valley below. A single, resonant note, deep and mournful like a giant horn being blown. It echoed through the trees, a signal of alarm, of summons. Liam and Sarah exchanged a look of pure terror. "They know," Sarah breathed. "They know we're gone." The horn sounded again, closer this time, followed by a chorus of shouts from the village. And then a new sound cutting through the others, the enraged howls of the Gloomfang pack, no longer distant, but converging, heading back towards Viridian, their territorial fury perhaps now redirected by Hester or Malachi. The hunt was on. Chapter 10, Solstice Eve. The mournful blast of the horn, followed by the enraged howls of the returning Gloomfang pack, spurred Liam and Sarah into desperate action. The SUV was a lost cause, the satellite phone useless. Their only hope was to flee on foot, to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Viridian before the search parties, both human and canine, caught up. "This way." Liam grabbed Sarah's arm, pulling her away from the useless vehicle, back into the dense forest, but angling away from the direct path to Viridian. "We need to find higher ground, try to break out of this valley system." The terrain was unforgiving, a relentless series of steep inclines and tangled undergrowth. Sarah, weakened by her captivity and the recalibration attempts, struggled to keep pace. Liam urged her on, his own fear a cold knot in his stomach, acutely aware of the sounds of pursuit growing closer behind them. The villagers' shouts were more organized now, interspersed with the sharp, commanding barks of Hester, directing the hunt. I can't," Sarah gasped, stumbling, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "Liam, leave me, save yourself." "No," Liam hauled her to her feet. "I'm not leaving you, Sarah, not again." He scanned their surroundings desperately. They were in a narrow ravine, the sides steep and rocky, not easily defensible. The baying of the Gloomfangs was terrifyingly close now. He could hear their heavy paws crashing through the undergrowth, the snap of twigs under their weight. They were being herded, driven. Then through the trees ahead he saw it, a flicker of movement. Not the dark shapes of the Gloomfangs, but something else. A figure, cloaked and hunched, darting between the trees. Old Elara. She beckoned to them urgently, her face a mask of grim determination. "This way, quickly. They will not look here." Liam didn't hesitate. He half-dragged, half-carried Sarah towards the old woman. Elara led them to a dense thicket of thorny bushes, pulling aside a cleverly concealed section that revealed a narrow opening. "In here, stay low, and silent." They squeezed into the cramped space, the thorns tearing at their clothes and skin. Ilara followed, pulling the concealing branches back into place. The thicket was surprisingly deep, offering a small, natural hollow at its heart, shielded from view. The sounds of the hunt passed by them, terrifyingly close. They heard Hester's voice, sharp and angry, urging the dogs onward. They went this way, spread out, find them. The Gloomfangs snarled and bayed, their scent strong even through the dense foliage, but they passed by the thicket without detecting their presence. Ilara's knowledge of the forest, and perhaps some lingering scent of the Sleeps the Watcher route on Liam, had saved them. When the sounds of pursuit had faded into the distance, Ilara spoke, her voice a low rasp. They will circle back. Malachi will not give up, not with the solstice bloom so near. The solstice bloom, Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with terror. What is it, Ilara? What do they want with me? Old Ilara looked at Sarah, her ancient eyes filled with a strange mixture of pity and something akin to reverence. You, child, are a vessel, your spirit. It resonates with the deep places. Malachi believes you can channel the earth god, awaken it fully. The bloom is the culmination, when the veil is thinnest, when the power can be drawn forth. She shook her head. He is a fool. Such power cannot be controlled. It consumes. The failed ascendant, Liam said. Was that an attempt at this? Bloom. Ilara nodded. Generations ago, he sought to become the god himself. The texts, they offer power, but they always exact a steeper price. She looked at Liam. You carry the scent of the deep cave and the taint of the unseen gatherer from the storeroom. You have delved too deep, Stone Turner. We have to stop them, Liam said. There has to be a way. Stopping Malachi is like stopping the tide, Ilara said. He is consumed by the texts, by the promise of ultimate power, and Hester, she is his blade, his unwavering hand. She paused. But the texts themselves, they hold the key to their own unmaking, if one knows how to read the counterscript, the warnings hidden within the promises. Counterscript, Liam seized on the word. Do you know it? Ilara sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. I know fragments, whispers from my grandmother who served the texts before they were so, twisted by ambition. The true purpose was balance, not dominion, appeasement, not forced awakening. She looked old, weary beyond measure. Malachi seeks to pervert the oldest rites for his own apotheosis. Can you help us? Sarah pleaded. Is there anything in those texts that can fight this? There is a ritual of severing, Ilara said slowly. A way to disrupt the flow of power, to close the conduits Malachi seeks to open through you, child. She looked at Sarah. But it requires a sacrifice, not of life but of connection. You would be cut off from the deep places. The resonance Malachi covets would be silenced. I don't care, Sarah said fiercely. Anything is better than becoming that thing in the cave or a puppet for their god. The ritual must be performed at the heart of their power, Ilara continued. At the altar in the cave, during the solstice bloom itself, when the energies are at their peak. Liam's heart sank. Go back into the cave during their most important ritual, with the whole village there. It is the only way, Ilara stated. Malachi will have Sarah on the altar. He will begin the incantations. That is when the counter-ritual must be enacted. It will create chaos, a backlash of energy. It might destroy the texts. It might destroy the cave. It will certainly destroy Malachi if he is directly channeling. And us, Liam asked. If the severing is successful and if you can escape the ensuing chaos, you might live. Alara's gaze was unflinching. It is a slim chance, but it is a chance. They spent the rest of the day hidden in the thicket, Alara sharing what she knew of the counter-ritual. It involved specific herbs, symbols that needed to be drawn with consecrated ash, and a chant that was the inverse of Malachi's invocations. Liam listened intently, memorizing every detail, while Sarah rested, gathering what little strength she had left. As dusk fell on solstice eve, the forest grew unnaturally quiet. The sounds of the hunt had ceased. Liam knew it didn't mean they had given up. It meant they were waiting, preparing. The solstice bloom was tomorrow night. "We need to get closer to the cave tonight," Liam said. "Find a place to hide to prepare." Alara nodded. There is an old hunter's blind overlooking the path to the sentinels. It has not been used in generations. They will not think to look there. Under the cover of deepest darkness, Alara led them through the forest, her movements silent and sure despite her age. She guided them to the blind, a cleverly constructed shelter of woven branches, hidden high in the boughs of an ancient oak. From here, they could see the faint path leading towards the Sentinel Rocks. "I can do no more," Alara said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. She pressed a small leather pouch into Liam's hand. "The herbs for the ritual, and ash from a lightning-struck tree consecrated under the last dark moon. Use them wisely." She looked at Sarah, her ancient eyes softening for a moment. "May your spirit find its own path, child, free from the shadows of this valley." Then she was gone, melting back into the forest like a spirit. Liam and Sarah huddled together in the cramped confines of the blind, the cold seeping into their bones. The night was long, filled with the oppressive silence of a forest holding its breath. They spoke little, the weight of what lay ahead too heavy for words. Liam clutched the pouch of herbs and ash, rehearsing the counter-ritual in his mind, while Sarah stared out at the path, her face pale and resolute in the darkness. Tomorrow night, they would face Malachi, Hester, and the full, terrifying power of Viridian's forbidden knowledge. Tomorrow night, they would either sever Sarah from the impending horror of the solstice bloom, or they would all be consumed by it. The fate of Viridian and their own hung precariously in the balance, on the eve of its most unholy night. Chapter 11. The Crimson Offering. The day of the solstice was a torment of cold, gnawing suspense. Liam and Sarah remained hidden in the hunter's blind, the forest around them unnervingly still. From their vantage point, they saw sporadic movement on the path leading to the Sentinel Rocks, villagers carrying bundles, tools, and what looked like ceremonial objects. Hester was prominent among them, her movements precise and purposeful, her obsidian eye seeming to survey everything, even the hidden places. Malachi himself appeared once, his green robe a stark splash of color against the drab landscape, his serene expression unwavering as he conferred with Hester before returning to the village. They ate sparingly from the last of Liam's supplies, conserving their energy for the night ahead. Alara's pouch of herbs and consecrated ash felt heavy in Liam's pocket, a fragile hope against an overwhelming darkness. He reviewed the counter-ritual with Sarah, drawing the symbols in the dirt floor of the blind, whispering the strange, inverted chant until the syllables felt almost natural on his tongue, though they left a cold, metallic taste in his mouth. "The words feel wrong," Sarah murmured, shivering despite the layers of her tattered clothes, "like they're trying to unravel something inside me." "They're meant to unravel Malachi's ritual," Liam said, though he felt a similar unease. "To sever your connection to whatever he's trying to summon through you." He hoped he sounded more confident than he felt. The power they were attempting to tamper with was ancient, primal, and utterly indifferent to their survival. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, painting the clouds in bruised purples and ominous reds, the activity on the path increased. The villagers moved in a silent procession towards the cave, their faces blank, their eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight they carried. They were like automatons, marching towards a preordained purpose. The sweet metallic scent, the signature aroma of Viridian's dark rites, grew stronger, carried on the evening breeze. "It's starting," Sarah whispered, her hand gripping Liam's arm tightly. Her knuckles were white. Liam nodded, his own heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. "We wait until they're all inside, until Malachi begins. That's when we move." The last of the villagers disappeared into the darkness beneath the sentinel rocks. A low, guttural chanting began to emanate from the cave mouth, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the very air, in the stones, in their bones. It was deeper, more resonant than the nightly chants in the village hall, imbued with a terrifying sense of anticipation. Under the cover of the rising, blood-red solstice moon, a truly unnerving celestial body that seemed to hang too large and too close in the sky, Liam and Sarah descended from the blind. They moved like ghosts through the forest, the sounds of their passage masked by the growing intensity of the ritualistic chanting. Reaching the cave mouth, they paused. The air thrummed with power. Two villagers armed with crude spears stood guard, their faces illuminated by the flickering torchlight from within, their expressions rapt, almost ecstatic. Liam knew they couldn't fight their way past. He remembered Alara's words about the Gloomfangs. Hester binds them with pain and with portions from the texts. He also remembered the vial of potent scent he'd used to lure them away. He still had it, a tiny residue remaining. A desperate idea sparked. "Stay here," he whispered to Sarah, pressing her back against the cold stone. He uncorked the vial, wafting the faintest trace of its rank odor towards the cave entrance. He didn't want to draw the entire pack, just create a momentary distraction, a whiff of something alien and challenging to the guard's heightened senses. He waited. A few tense minutes passed. Then one of the guards stiffened, his head tilting, sniffing the air. "Do you smell that?" he muttered to his companion. The other guard sniffed. "Odd, like beast, but not our beasts." A low growl echoed from deeper within the forest, a sound that wasn't part of the Gloomfang pack's usual repertoire, perhaps a wandering wolf, or something else drawn by the night's strange energies. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. The residue from Ilara's vial, combined with the heightened senses of a solstice night, was working. "Stay alert," the first guard grunted, peering into the darkness outside the cave's torchlit aura. This was Liam's chance. While their attention was diverted outwards, he signaled to Sarah. They slipped past the guards, hugging the shadowed wall of the cave entrance, their hearts in their throats. The guards, unnerved by the strange scent and the distant growl, didn't notice them. The passage into the main cavern was filled with the deafening sound of the chanting, the air thick with incense and the cloying scent of blood. The cavern itself was a terrifying spectacle. Torches lined the walls, casting flickering demonic shadows. The entire village was assembled, their bodies swaying in unison, their voices joined in the guttural invocation. At the stone altar where the forbidden texts lay open stood Malachi. His eyes were closed, his face transfixed, his arms raised as he led the chant. And on the altar, lying atop a bed of freshly cut dark green leaves, the same fleshy, unnatural plants from Viridian's gardens, was a figure. A young woman, her skin pale, her dark hair spread around her like a halo. She was dressed in a simple white gown, now stained crimson in a spreading patch over her chest. Her eyes were wide, staring blankly at the cavern roof, a single tear tracing a path through the ritualistic paint on her cheek. It wasn't Sarah. Liam's breath caught in his throat. Sarah, beside him, gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. This was another vessel, a sacrifice, the crimson offering to initiate the solstice bloom, to prime the conduit before the true vessel, Sarah, was brought forth. Hester stood beside the altar, a ceremonial, obsidian-bladed knife in her hand, its edge still glistening wetly in the torchlight. Her stone eye seemed to burn with an internal fire. She was watching the dying woman on the altar, her expression one of rapt, terrifying devotion. They started without me," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling with a horrified realization. "They found another, to open the way." Malachi's chant reached a crescendo. He opened his eyes and they glowed with an unnatural pale blue light, the same light Liam had seen in his own encounter with the ink-bound horror. "The earth god stirs," Malachi cried, his voice resonating with power. "The conduit is primed. Bring forth the true vessel. Bring forth the bloom of ages." Two hulking villagers, Cain among them, turned towards a dark alcove near the altar, an area Liam hadn't noticed before. They reached into the shadows and began to drag out another figure, smaller, struggling feebly. It was Jonah. "No," Sarah cried out, a small choked sound. Jonah's face was bruised, his eyes wild with terror. He was gagged, his hands bound behind him. He was not the true vessel. He was another sacrifice, perhaps to further consecrate the space, or to punish him for his perceived betrayals. This was a bloodbath. Malachi was not just preparing for Sarah, he was clearing the path with multiple offerings. The counter-ritual Ilara had described was designed to sever Sarah's connection. Would it work if she wasn't the one on the altar? Or would it simply unleash undirected chaos? Liam knew they couldn't wait. He had to act now, before Jonah was next on that blood-stained stone, before Sarah was inevitably dragged forward. He pulled the pouch of herbs and ash from his pocket. Now Sarah, the symbols, the chant. He pushed her forward, towards a relatively clear space on the cavern floor, away from the main throng of swaying villagers but visible to the altar. He knelt, his hands shaking, and began to trace the first of Ilara's counter-symbols in the dirt with the consecrated ash. Sarah, her face a mask of terror and desperate resolve, knelt beside him, her voice joining his in the first dissonant, unraveling syllables of the counterchant. Their voices, though small against the powerful chorus of the villagers, cut through the ritualistic harmony with a jarring, unnatural discord. Several villagers faltered in their chanting, turning their heads, their blank expressions shifting to confusion, then anger. Malachi's head snapped towards them, his glowing eyes narrowed. "Interlopers, blasphemers, you seek to disrupt the bloom." His voice boomed, filled with rage and arcane power. "Hester, deal with them." Hester spun around, her obsidian knife raised, her stone eye fixing on Liam and Sarah with murderous intent. She let out a shriek of pure fury and lunged towards them, the villagers parting to let her through. The solstice bloom had begun, and Liam and Sarah were now at the heart of its unfolding, unholy terror. The crimson offering on the altar was just the prelude. Chapter 12: The Unraveling. Hester moved with a terrifying, unnatural speed, her obsidian knife a silver blur in the torchlight. Liam shoved Sarah behind him, bracing for the attack, his own voice faltering in the counterchant as raw fear threatened to overwhelm him. He had no weapon, nothing but the fragile hope of Ilara's desperate magic. But as Hester closed in, a guttural roar erupted from the back of the cavern, not from the failed ascendant, but from the cave mouth. The two guards, their attention finally drawn by the commotion inside, had been overwhelmed. A dark shape, massive and bristling, bounded into the cavern, followed by two more, Scarsnout and his Gloomfangs. Ilara's vial, even its lingering trace, had done more than just create a momentary distraction. It had drawn the enraged Alpha and his pack directly to the source of the human clamor, to the thrumming energy of the ritual. The Gloomfangs, their eyes burning with green fire, their fangs bared, fell upon the nearest villagers with savage fury. Screams of terror and pain ripped through the cavern, replacing the ritualistic chanting. The carefully constructed order of Malachi's ceremony shattered into chaos. Villagers scattered, some trying to fight back with crude tools or ceremonial implements, others trampling each other in their haste to escape the snapping jaws of the monstrous canines. Hester skidded to a halt, her attention momentarily torn between Liam and the new, ferocious threat. One of the Gloomfangs, a lean brute with a missing ear, lunged at her. She met its attack with a vicious swipe of her obsidian knife, a yelp of pain echoing as the blade struck flesh. The beast recoiled, but another took its place. This was their chance. "Keep chanting," Liam yelled to Sarah over the din. He focused on the symbols, his fingers tracing the lines of consecrated ash with renewed urgency, his voice joining Sarah's in the dissonant counter-ritual. The air around them grew colder, the ground beneath their knees seeming to vibrate with a strange, unsettling energy. Malachi, still at the altar, his face contorted with rage, raised his hands. "Silence these beasts, protect the bloom," he roared. A pale blue energy crackled around his fingertips. He directed a bolt of it towards Scarsnout, who was tearing at the throat of a struggling villager. The energy struck the Gloomfang, and the massive Alpha howled in pain, its fur smoking, but it didn't fall. It turned its furious, glowing eyes towards Malachi, a new target identified. The sacrifice on the altar, the dying woman, let out a final, shuddering sigh, her wide eyes staring sightlessly. The crimson stain on her white gown spread wider. Jonah, still bound and gagged, watched the unfolding chaos with wide, terrified eyes. Cain and the other villager who held him momentarily distracted by the Gloomfang attack. As Liam and Sarah continued their counter-chant, the symbols they drew in the ash began to glow with a faint, sickly yellow light. The forbidden texts on the altar stirred, their pages ruffling as if in a sudden wind, though the air in the cavern was still. The ink-bound horror, disturbed by the conflicting energies, began to manifest, not as a swarm of glyphs this time, but as shadowy, script-covered tendrils that uncoiled from the ancient pages, questing, uncertain. "It's working," Sarah gasped, her voice hoarse. "I can feel it, something is breaking." The ground beneath the altar began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the stone, spider-webbing outwards. Malachi staggered, his concentration broken. The blue energy around his hands flickered and died. "No," he screamed. "The connection, it weakens." Scarsnout, seizing the opportunity, lunged towards the altar, ignoring the panicked villagers in his path. He leaped onto the stone platform, snarling, heading straight for Malachi. The elder, his face a mask of fury and dawning fear, backed away, fumbling for a ritual dagger at his belt. Hester, meanwhile, had dispatched the Gloomfang attacking her, its lifeless body slumped at her feet. She saw the unraveling at the altar, saw Liam and Sarah kneeling, their counter-ritual the source of the disruption. With a shriek of undiluted hatred, she disengaged from the remaining Gloomfangs and charged towards them again, her obsidian knife raised high. Liam saw her coming. He knew they couldn't finish the counter-ritual if she reached them. He made a split-second decision. "Sarah, keep going. Don't stop no matter what." He rose to meet Hester, his only thought to buy Sarah enough time. He dodged Hester's first wild slash, the obsidian blade whistling past his ear. He had no weapon, but he had desperation, and the adrenaline-fueled strength of someone with nothing left to lose. He grappled with her, his hands closing around her wiry forearms, trying to keep the knife from his throat. She was incredibly strong, her muscles like steel cables, her one good eye burning with fanatical zeal. Her obsidian eye seemed to pulse with a dark light, and he felt a wave of icy cold wash over him, a psychic chill that sought to numb his limbs, to deaden his will. "You will not defile the sacred rite," Hester hissed, her breath hot and fetid against his face. She twisted, trying to bring the knife to bear. Behind them, Sarah's voice rose, clear and strong in the final verses of the counter-chant. The glowing symbols on the ground pulsed violently. The shadowy tendrils of the ink-bound horror recoiled from the altar, hissing like steam, as if burned by the dissonant energy. At the altar, Malachi, distracted by Scarsnout's attack, stumbled as a larger tremor shook the cavern. One of the ancient scrolls, its pages brittle with age, ignited spontaneously, bursting into sickly green flames. The fire spread quickly to the other texts, the ink-bound horror shrieking, a sound like tearing paper and shattering glass, as its anchors to the physical world were consumed. "The texts," Malachi screamed, his voice filled with agony and disbelief. He momentarily forgot Scarsnout, reaching for the burning scrolls. The Alpha seized the opening, lunging and sinking its massive fangs into Malachi's outstretched arm. The Elder shrieked in pain, real physical pain, his serene mask finally shattering completely. The cavern was a bedlam of fire, blood, and terror. Villagers screamed, fleeing the burning texts, the attacking Gloomfangs, and the increasingly violent tremors that shook the very foundations of the cave. Stalactites rained down from the ceiling, crashing among the panicked cultists. Liam, still locked in a desperate struggle with Hester, felt the ground heave beneath him. Hester, momentarily unbalanced, stumbled. Liam seized the chance. He twisted, putting all his weight into it, and slammed Hester against a rough stone pillar. Her head struck the rock with a sickening thud. Her grip on the knife loosened. She slumped to the ground, her eyes glazing over, the obsidian knife clattering beside her. He didn't wait to see if she was dead. He turned back to Sarah. She was on her feet, her face pale but resolute, the glowing symbols at her feet pulsing with the final energies of the counter-ritual. "It's done, Liam," she cried. "I felt it, a snap, like a cord breaking." The altar stone cracked in two with a sound like thunder. The body of the sacrificed woman slid into the widening fissure. Malachi, his arm mangled, his face a mask of horror as he watched his sacred texts burn and his sanctuary crumble, let out a final, despairing howl. Scarsnout, his vengeance enacted, backed away from the burning, collapsing altar, his green eyes fixed on the widening cracks in the cavern floor. "We have to get Jonah," Liam yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand. He pulled her towards the two villagers who still held the terrified, gagged archivist, their attention now wholly on escaping the collapsing cavern. Liam charged them, bowling one over. The other, Cain, turned, his face a snarl of rage, raising a heavy club. But before Cain could strike, a section of the ceiling directly above him gave way. A massive stalactite, tons of rock, crashed down, crushing the hulking enforcer instantly. The other villager, screaming, abandoned Jonah and fled towards the cave mouth. Liam rushed to Jonah, quickly cutting his bonds with Hester's fallen knife. He pulled the gag from Jonah's mouth. "Can you run?" Jonah, coughing and gasping, nodded, his eyes wide with terror and a dawning, incredulous hope. "Let's get out of here," Liam shouted. The cave was coming down around them. The chanting had stopped, replaced by screams and the roar of falling rock. The Gloomfangs, their territorial rage now mixed with primal fear, were also trying to escape the collapsing cavern. Liam, Sarah, and Jonah joined the chaotic exodus, stumbling over fallen stones and bodies, choking on dust and the acrid smoke from the burning texts. The way out was a maelstrom of panicked villagers and terrified animals, all driven by the singular instinct to survive. The solstice bloom had not been an awakening, but an unraveling, a cataclysmic destruction of Viridian's dark heart, and they were right in the middle of it. Chapter 13: Ashes and Departures. The escape from the collapsing cave was a nightmarish blur of choking dust, falling rocks, and the panicked screams of dying villagers. Liam shielded Sarah as best he could, pulling her and a terrified Jonah through the narrow passage towards the cave mouth, the ground trembling violently beneath their feet. Behind them, The roar of collapsing rock and the shrieks of the ink-bound horror being consumed by fire were a symphony of destruction. They burst out into the solstice night, the blood-red moon casting an eerie glow on the scene of chaos outside the Sentinel Rocks. Panicked villagers scrambled into the forest, some injured, some dazed, their ritualistic fervor replaced by raw, animalistic terror. The Gloomfangs, those that had survived, had already vanished into the trees, their howls receding into the distance. Liam didn't pause. "This way," he yelled, pulling Sarah and Jonah away from the collapsing cave, deeper into the forest, away from the main paths where the remaining villagers might regroup. He had to get them clear before the full extent of the cave-in became apparent, before anyone realized who was truly responsible for thwarting the solstice bloom. They ran until their lungs burned and their legs ached, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the epicenter of Viridian's destruction. Finally, in a small, sheltered hollow, Liam called a halt. Sarah collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while Jonah sank down, trembling uncontrollably. Is it over?" Jonah whispered, his voice hoarse. Liam looked back in the direction of the cave. The ground still vibrated faintly, and a column of dust and smoke rose into the night sky, illuminated by the red moon. I think the heart of it is broken," he said. "Malachi's power, the texts, they're gone." He wasn't sure if Malachi himself had survived or Hester. He had last seen the elder near the collapsing altar, mauled by Scarsnout, and Hester had been unconscious when he left her. He hoped they were buried under tons of rock. Sarah was looking at her hands, a strange expression on her face. "I feel different," she said slowly. "Lighter, like a weight I didn't even realize I was carrying has been lifted." She looked at Liam, a flicker of her old self returning to her eyes. "The severing, it worked. I can't feel that pull anymore. The whispers from the deep places, they're silent." Liam felt a surge of relief. That at least had been a success. "Good," he said, managing a weak smile. "That's good, Sarah." They rested for a while, the silence of the forest gradually reasserting itself, broken only by their ragged breathing and the distant, mournful cries of night birds. The immediate danger had passed, but Liam knew they weren't safe yet. There were still villagers, zealots loyal to Malachi, who might seek revenge if they discovered Liam and Sarah's role in the cataclysm. "What do we do now?" Jonah asked, his voice still shaky. "Viridian, it's finished, isn't it?" "I hope so," Liam said, "but we can't stay here. We need to get out of this valley, contact the outside world." He thought of the useless SUV, the dead satellite phone. Their escape would have to be on foot. It would be long and arduous. As the first hint of dawn began to touch the eastern sky, they started walking again, heading west, away from Viridian, hopping to find a way out of the isolating network of ridges and valleys. Jonah, familiar with the less-traveled paths from his time as an archivist and forager, proved to be a surprisingly capable guide, despite his fear. They walked for hours, their progress slow but steady. The forest seemed to be reclaiming its secrets, the signs of Viridian's unnatural influence already fading. The air no longer carried the sweet metallic tang, replaced by the clean scent of pine and damp earth. Late in the afternoon, as they crested a high ridge, they saw it, A thin ribbon of paved road in the distance, glinting in the sunlight. Civilization. Hope surged through them. "We made it," Sarah breathed, tears welling in her eyes. Jonah stared at the road, his expression a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "The outside world," he whispered. I haven't seen it since I was a child. Malachi brought us here, promised a new beginning." "He promised a nightmare," Liam said grimly. As they made their way down towards the road, they encountered one last vestige of Viridian. Old Ilara sat by the side of a small stream, washing her hands. She looked up as they approached, her ancient eyes holding no surprise. "The bone remembers," she said, her voice a dry rasp, "and the earth reclaims its due." "What happened?" Liam asked, "after we fled?" "Chaos," Ilara said. "The cave collapsed entirely. Malachi, Hester, they are buried with their ambition. Some villagers perished. Others scattered, their faith broken. Viridian is no more. Only ashes and bitter memories remain." She looked at Jonah. "You are free, child of the archives. Go make your own story." Jonah looked at her, then at the distant road, a hesitant hope dawning on his face. Ilara turned to Liam and Sarah. "You carry the scent of unraveling, the world will feel. Louder to you for a time, but you are free of Viridian's shadow." She rose stiffly. "I will stay. This forest is my home. There are old ways, quieter ways that need tending now that the loud ones have fallen silent." She gave them a slight, almost imperceptible nod, then turned and walked back into the trees, disappearing like a whisper. Liam, Sarah, and Jonah reached the road as the sun was setting. It was a quiet, rural highway, but it represented a lifeline. After a short wait, a logging truck rumbled into view. Liam flagged it down. The driver, a burly man with a kind face, looked at their ragged, disheveled appearance with surprise, but agreed to give them a ride to the nearest town. As they sat in the cab of the truck, the forest of Viridian receding behind them, Liam looked at Sarah. She was staring out the window, her expression thoughtful. The horrors they had endured had undoubtedly scarred them, but they had survived. They had faced the darkness and, against all odds, had brought it down. "What now?" he asked her softly. Sarah turned to him, a faint smile touching her lips. "Now," she said, "we live, we remember what happened, and we make sure no one ever stumbles into a place like Viridian again." Jonah, sitting between them, looked out at the passing landscape, the world opening up before him, full of unknown possibilities. He was free from the texts, free from the fear. The ashes of Viridian were behind them, and a new, uncertain future lay ahead. The cost had been terrible, but they had walked out of the crucible. Chapter 14. Echoes in the Quiet. The town was small, a blink-and-you-miss-it kind of place with a single gas station, a diner, and a sheriff's office that looked like it hadn't seen any real excitement since the invention of color television. The truck driver dropped them at the diner, wished them luck with a curious but sympathetic glance, and rumbled off down the highway. Liam, Sarah, and Jonah stood on the cracked pavement, blinking in the harsh fluorescent light spilling from the diner's windows. They were a pitiable sight, clothes torn and stained, faces smudged with dirt and exhaustion, eyes haunted by things no one in this sleepy town could possibly imagine. First things first, Liam said, his voice raspy. Sheriff, then food and a hospital for Sarah. Sarah nodded, leaning against him for support. Though the severing ritual had freed her from Malachi's psychic grip, her physical ordeal had taken its toll. Jonah just looked overwhelmed, his gaze darting nervously at the passing cars, the unfamiliar sounds and sights of even this small outpost of civilization. The sheriff was a portly man named Henderson, with a walrus mustache and eyes that had seen too many long, quiet nights. He listened to Liam's story, or the heavily edited version of it, with a mixture of skepticism and professional patience. Liam spoke of an isolated, off-grid community of his sister being held against her will, of a sudden geological event, a localized earthquake or sinkhole that had destroyed the camp and allowed them to escape. He omitted the rituals, the sacrifices, the supernatural horrors. Who would believe it? He focused on Sarah's captivity, Jonah's indoctrination as a child, and the unknown number of missing persons who might have ended up in Veridian over the years. Sheriff Henderson took notes, his expression carefully neutral. This Veridian place, not on any maps I know of, he said, tapping his pen. Blackwood State Forest is big, easy for folks to get lost or to want to be lost. He looked at their ragged state. You folks certainly look like you've been through something. He promised to send a deputy out for a flyover when the weather cleared to see if they could spot any signs of the camp or the geological disturbance. He also took their details and arranged for Sarah to be checked over at the small local clinic. The clinic doctor, a tired-looking woman named Dr. Ramirez, examined Sarah thoroughly. Dehydration, malnutrition, severe stress, a few bruises and lacerations, but miraculously, no permanent physical injuries from her recalibration. The psychological scars, Dr. Ramirez noted with a concerned frown, would likely take much longer to heal. She gave Sarah fluids, cleaned and dressed her minor wounds, and prescribed rest. They spent the night in a small, clean motel room, the three of them sharing 2 beds. Sleep was elusive. Every creak of the building, every distant sound brought back echoes of Veridian. Liam lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the images from the cave, the burning texts, Malachi's screaming face, Hester's obsidian eye replaying in his mind. He had done what he set out to do. Sarah was safe. Veridian was destroyed. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the horrors they had witnessed and endured. Sarah, in the bed next to him, tossed and turned, muttering in her sleep. Jonah, on the small rollaway cot, was curled into a tight ball, his breathing shallow and uneven. They were all carrying the ghosts of Veridian with them. The next few days were a blur of official procedures. Liam gave more detailed statements to state police detectives who arrived from a larger jurisdiction, Henderson's report having raised enough flags. He stuck to his edited story, focusing on the illegal detention and the suspicious disappearances. He mentioned the strange agricultural practices, the leader's coercive control. He didn't want to be dismissed as a lunatic. He wanted a proper investigation, a search for other victims, a formal end to whatever remained of Veridian's legacy. The authorities were cautious. Search teams were dispatched into Blackwood. They found the area Liam described. They found evidence of a significant cave-in, a recent, localized geological event, just as he'd said. They found signs of a small, abandoned settlement nearby, hastily deserted. They found a few shallow graves containing animal bones and one deeper, containing human remains old, predating Liam's arrival, suggesting Viridian's dark practices had a long history. But of Malachi, Hester, the majority of the villagers or the forbidden texts, there was no definitive trace, buried under tons of rock, as Alara had said. Viridian had effectively erased itself. Jonah, after much gentle questioning, corroborated Liam's account of life in the village, his fear gradually giving way to a hesitant willingness to speak. He was placed in temporary foster care, with social services promising to help him adjust to a world he barely knew. He clutched a small book of basic literacy Liam had bought him, his eyes wide with the dawning realization of all he had been denied. Sarah, physically recovering, began the slow process of emotional healing. She spoke little of her ordeal, but her nightmares were frequent. Liam stayed by her side, a quiet, constant presence. They had faced the darkness together, and that bond, forged in terror and desperation, was unbreakable. A week later, they were cleared to leave. The official investigation into Viridian would continue, but it was already becoming a cold case, another story of a fringe group that had vanished into the wilderness, leaving behind only questions and a few scattered bones. The true horror, the supernatural core of Viridian, remained their secret, a burden they would carry alone. As they drove away from the small town, heading back towards a semblance of their old lives, Liam looked at Sarah. "Are you going to be okay?" he asked. She was quiet for a long moment, watching the landscape blur past. "I don't know," she said finally, her voice soft. "Part of me is still in that cave, Liam. Part of me will always be there." She turned to him, her eyes clear but with a new, somber depth. "But I'm not the vessel anymore. I'm not a key. I'm just Sarah, and I think, eventually, that will be enough." Liam reached over and took her hand. The echoes of Viridian would linger, he knew. The whispers in the quiet moments, the memory of the sweet metallic scent, the sight of the blood-red moon, the chilling cadence of Malachi's chants. But they had survived, and in survival there was a promise of peace, however distant, however hard-won. The path ahead was uncertain, but they would walk it together, carrying the shadows but no longer consumed by them. Chapter 15. The Scars That Remain. Months passed. Life, with its mundane routines and everyday demands, tried to reassert itself, to smooth over the jagged edges of their experience in Viridian. Liam returned to his job as an architect, the precise lines and solid structures a welcome contrast to the shifting, organic horrors of the eco-village. Sarah moved in with him, finding solace in his quiet presence, the unspoken understanding that lay between them. She started therapy, slowly, painstakingly, trying to unravel the knots of trauma that Viridian had tied within her. Jonah, with the help of a dedicated social worker, was enrolled in a special school program. He was learning to read and write with a fierce determination, devouring books, his mind slowly awakening to a world far wider and more complex than Malachi's narrow, poisoned ideology. He wrote them occasional, carefully penned letters, filled with his discoveries and his tentative hopes for the future. He never mentioned Viridian directly, but the shadow of it was there, in the way he cherished every new piece of knowledge, every small freedom. The official investigation into Veridian eventually petered out. Without more bodies, without living leaders to prosecute, it became another unsolved mystery, a footnote in the annals of strange disappearances in remote wilderness areas. The cave system remained collapsed, deemed too unstable to explore further. Veridian, for all intents and purposes, had been swallowed by the earth it had sought to pervert. But for Liam and Sarah, Veridian was not a closed chapter. It was a part of them, a landscape of memory they navigated daily. Liam found himself avoiding deep forests, the scent of damp earth sometimes triggering a visceral unease. He occasionally woke in the night, the guttural chants echoing in his mind, the image of Hester's obsidian eye burning behind his eyelids. Sarah struggled with crowds, with enclosed spaces. The sweet scent of certain flowers could send her into a panic attack. She still had nightmares of being the vessel of the cold altar of Malachi's glowing eyes. But she was fighting. She started drawing again, her sketches filled with dark, swirling shapes, tangled roots and watchful eyes, a way of externalizing the horrors, of giving them form and then perhaps control. One cool autumn evening, a year after their escape, Liam found Sarah sitting on the porch, staring out at the sunset, her old, battered sunflower journal open in her lap. She wasn't reading it, just touching the worn cover. Thinking about it, he asked softly, sitting beside her. She nodded, always, but it's different now. The fear is still there, but it doesn't paralyze me anymore. She looked at him, a faint smile on her lips. Remember old Ilara, the bone remembers. I remember, Liam said. He often thought of the enigmatic old woman, wondering if she still wandered her quiet paths in the Blackwood, tending to her own form of balance. I think, Sarah continued, that what we went through, it carved something into us, like her bones showing through her skin. It's a part of our story, a part of who we are now. Not all of it, but a significant part. A dark part, Liam said. Yes, Sarah agreed. But we walked out of it. We brought some of its darkness down. That matters, doesn't it? Liam looked at her, at the strength that had emerged from her fragility, the resilience that had bloomed in the ashes of her terror. It matters, he said. It matters a lot. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sky fade from orange to deep indigo. The world around them was peaceful, ordinary. But they knew that just beneath the surface of the ordinary, other worlds, other horrors could exist. Veridian had taught them that. It had also taught them about courage, about sacrifice, about the enduring strength of the human spirit, and the unbreakable bond between a brother and sister who had faced the abyss together. The scars of Veridian would always remain, faint lines on their souls, reminders of the darkness they had confronted. But they were scars of survival, not defeat. And in the quiet spaces between the echoes, they were learning, slowly but surely, to live again, to find their own untainted paths, far from the shadows of the forbidden knowledge and the valley that had tried to consume them. The story of Veridian was over, but their own stories, forever changed by it, were still being written. Chapter 16. The Unseen Hand. 2 years. 2 years since the fiery, earth-shattering demise of Veridian. Liam and Sarah had painstakingly constructed a semblance of normalcy. There lives a quiet testament to resilience. Liam's architectural firm thrived, his designs taking on a subtle, almost subconscious emphasis on natural light and open spaces, a stark contrast to the claustrophobic darkness he had endured. Sarah had found a tentative peace in her art. Her therapist encouraged her to channel her trauma into her sketches, and her canvases became populated with the shadowy trees, grasping roots and distorted figures of her Veridian nightmares. It was a grim portfolio, but the act of creation was cathartic, a way of drawing the poison out. Jonah, now a young man of 19, was flourishing. He excelled in his studies, his hunger for knowledge insatiable. He discovered a passion for history, for understanding how belief systems shape societies and how they could be twisted. His letters to Liam and Sarah were less frequent now, filled more with his academic discoveries than his personal struggles, a sign, Liam hoped, that he was truly building a new life. They lived in a small house on the outskirts of a moderately sized city, a place with enough trees to soothe Sarah's anxieties, but enough human activity to feel connected to the world. They rarely spoke of Veridian, the unspoken understanding between them, a heavy blanket over those memories. The official inquiries had long since concluded, leaving Veridian as another footnote of rural tragedy and cultish delusion. The true, supernatural horror remained their private burden. One late afternoon, Liam returned home from work to find Sarah in her small studio space, staring intently at a large sketchpad. The room was usually a controlled chaos of charcoal sticks, paint tubes, and canvases, but today there was an unusual stillness about her. The air was thick with the scent of graphite and an indefinable tension. "Hey," he said softly, not wanting to startle her. "Productive day." She didn't look up immediately. Her brow was furrowed, her lips pressed into a thin line. When she finally turned to him, her eyes were troubled, a shadow lurking in their depths that he hadn't seen in months. "I drew something new," she said, her voice quiet, hesitant. "It wasn't from before." Liam felt a familiar prickle of unease. Knew how? She gestured to the sketchpad. Liam walked over. The drawing was intricate, rendered with her usual unsettling skill. It depicted a complex geometric symbol, unlike the angular, writhing glyphs of the Veridian texts. This was different, more circular, with interlocking spirals and sharp, fang-like protrusions at its edges. It was undeniably menacing, yet it possessed a strange, cold beauty. It felt older. "I don't recognize it," Liam said, studying the symbol. "Where did it come from?" "I don't know," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "I was just sketching, trying to work through some of the old imagery, and then my hand just drew this, like it wanted to be drawn." She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering slightly despite the warmth of the room. "It feels wrong, Liam, cold, like the air before a blizzard when everything goes too still." Liam put his arm around her. "Maybe it's just your subconscious, creating something new from the old patterns," he suggested, though a knot of apprehension was tightening in his own stomach. The symbol had an unnerving familiarity, not in its specifics, but in the feeling it evoked, a sense of ancient, indifferent power. Over the next few days, the symbol began to appear more frequently in Sarah's art. It would insert itself into landscapes, lurk in the shadows of portraits, sometimes even dominate entire canvases. She tried to fight it, to draw something else, but her hand seemed to have a will of its own, returning again and again to the cold, spiraling glyph. The nightmares returned with a vengeance, but they were different now. Not just replays of Viridian's horrors, but new, fragmented visions. Vast, empty deserts under a black sun, cyclopean stone structures half buried in sand, and always that chilling, spiral-fanged symbol pulsing with a faint, internal luminescence. She would wake up gasping, the scent of dry dust and ozone faint in her nostrils. Liam grew increasingly worried. He tried to research the symbol online, inputting descriptions, looking for similar patterns in occult lore, ancient alphabets, anything. He found nothing definitive, only vague references in obscure forums to pre-human sigils and entities from the void between worlds. It was all too reminiscent of the pseudo-mystical jargon that had probably formed the basis of Viridian's original texts, yet this felt different, more alien, less tied to the chthonic earth worship of Malachi's cult. One evening, Sarah was sketching furiously, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Liam watched her, his unease mounting. The lines she drew were frantic, desperate. When she finally threw the charcoal stick down, her hand trembling, she stared at the completed image with wide, horrified eyes. Liam looked over her shoulder. It was a landscape, rendered with chilling precision. A barren, windswept plain under a sky the color of bruised plums. In the center, a single monolithic structure of black, oily stone rose towards the sky, its surface covered in variations of the new, spiraling symbol. And at its base, tiny, ant-like figures were prostrating themselves, their forms vaguely human but with distorted limbs and elongated heads. One figure, larger than the others, stood with its back to the viewer, arms raised towards the monolith, draped in a cloak that seemed to absorb the light. The scene was utterly alien, yet disturbingly familiar in its depiction of ritualistic devotion to an unknown power. "I've never seen this place," Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse. "But I know it, I can almost smell the dust, feel the wind." She pointed to the cloaked figure. "And him, or it, I can feel its attention like a cold weight." Liam felt a chill crawl up his spine. This was no longer just trauma resurfacing. This was something new, something reaching out, using Sarah as a conduit despite the severing ritual. Had Alara's magic only cut her off from Viridian's specific frequency, leaving her vulnerable to others? "We need to talk to someone," Liam said, his mind racing. "Someone who might understand this, not the police, not doctors." He thought of Jonah with his newfound passion for history and belief systems. He thought of old Alara with her deep, arcane knowledge. Before he could articulate a plan, Sarah gasped, her eyes fixed on the drawing. "Look," she breathed, pointing to a small, almost imperceptible detail in the corner of the sketch. A tiny, stylized depiction of a constellation. 3 stars in a distinct triangular pattern with a fourth, fainter star slightly offset. "I know those stars," Liam said slowly, a cold dread dawning. "They're not visible in the northern hemisphere. That's Crux, the Southern Cross." The drawing wasn't just a product of Sarah's imagination. It was a place. A real place somewhere in the southern hemisphere where people were worshipping an ancient alien entity marked by a symbol that had now, somehow, found its way into Sarah's mind across thousands of miles. The hand of Viridian had been severed, but it seemed another, older, and perhaps far more powerful hand was now making its presence known. The quiet they had fought so hard for was about to be shattered. Chapter 17. The Cartographer of Scars. The revelation that Sarah's disturbing new artwork depicted a real constellation, and therefore potentially a real location, sent a fresh wave of alarm through Liam. The Southern Cross. That narrowed it down, but the Southern Hemisphere was vast. The image of the black monolith under a bruised sky, the prostrating figures, the dominant, spiraling symbol. It was a chilling tableau, a sign that Viridian's brand of horror was perhaps not unique, but a localized symptom of a far more widespread ancient malady. "We need to find Alara," Liam said, his voice firm. She knew about counter-rituals, about the deeper workings of these things. If anyone can understand what this new symbol means, or why it's reaching out to you, it's her. Sarah nodded, her face pale but resolute. The idea of returning to the Blackwood State Forest, even to its periphery, was daunting. But the alternative, waiting for this new, unseen influence to grow stronger, was unthinkable. Contacting Jonah was their first step. Liam called him, explaining the situation carefully, focusing on the new, unsettling symbols and Sarah's disturbing visions of a distant, ritualistic site. Jonah listened intently, his earlier fear now tempered by a keen, academic curiosity and a deep loyalty to the siblings who had freed him. "A new symbol system," Jonah mused, his voice crackling slightly over the phone line. "Different from Viridian's chthonic glyphs. That's significant. Many of the older, more obscure belief systems spoke of star-fallen entities, beings from beyond, whose influence was said to be recorded in patterns that mirrored celestial alignments rather than terrestrial energies." He paused. "The Southern Cross. There are indigenous cultures in Australia, South America, parts of Africa that hold those stars sacred. Some of their older, less understood mythologies speak of shadow places, where the veil is thin, guarded by ancient beings." Jonah's words, while academic, sent a shiver down Liam's spine. Star-fallen entities. It resonated with the cold, alien feel of the new symbol, the vast emptiness of the desert landscape in Sarah's drawings. "I can research," Jonah offered. "Cross-reference the symbol if you can send me a clear image with databases of archaic iconography, astronomical myths. It's a long shot, but—" "Do it," Liam said. "Anything you can find." He promised to send a high-resolution scan of Sarah's drawing. The next day, Liam and Sarah drove towards the Blackwood. They didn't go near the site of Viridian itself. That place was a graveyard of memory they had no desire to revisit. Instead, they headed towards the quieter, less ominous part of the forest where Alara had last been seen. Hopping, the old woman still roamed those ancient paths. They left their car at a little-used trailhead and ventured into the woods, calling Alara's name softly. The forest felt different now. The oppressive, curated silence of Viridian was gone, replaced by the natural sounds of bird song, rustling leaves, the scurry of small animals. It was still vast and wild, but it no longer felt actively malevolent. After several hours of fruitless searching, as dusk began to settle, Sarah paused. "Liam," she whispered, her head tilted. "Listen." Liam strained his ears. Faintly, almost imperceptibly, he heard it, a low, tuneless humming, accompanied by a rhythmic, soft clicking, the sounds of the bone knitter at her work. They followed the sounds, moving cautiously, until they came to a small, overgrown clearing. In its center, nestled amongst ancient, moss-covered rocks, was a tiny, crudely built shelter of woven branches and scavenged timber, even more primitive than her previous hut. A thin wisp of smoke curled from a hole in its roof. This was Ilara's new refuge. Liam called out her name. The humming and clicking stopped. After a moment, the hide flap that served as a door was pushed aside, and old Ilara emerged. She looked even more ancient, more fragile, her skin like dried parchment, but her amber eyes were as sharp and knowing as ever. She carried a half-finished effigy made of small animal bones and dark feathers. "The stone turner," she rasped, her gaze fixing on Liam, then shifting to Sarah. "And the severed vessel. The echoes of Viridian still cling to you like cobwebs." "Ilara, we need your help," Liam said, stepping forward. "Sarah, she's seeing things again, drawing new symbols, different from Viridian's, colder, older." He showed her a sketch Sarah had made of the spiral-fanged glyph. Ilara's eyes narrowed as she studied the symbol. A low hiss escaped her lips. "The Unraveler," she breathed, her voice barely audible. "The hand of the outer dark. This is a very old, very dangerous mark. Older than the earth god Malachi sought to rouse. Older than the soil itself." "What is it?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "Why is it showing itself to me?" "You were a conduit, child," Ilara said, her gaze intense. "The severing ritual closed one pathway, the one to Viridian's earthbound hunger, but it may have thinned the veil elsewhere in your spirit, made you a clearer glass for other frequencies." She tapped the sketch with a gnarled finger. "This one sings a song of entropy, of the cold silence between stars. It does not seek to awaken or possess in the way Viridian's masters did. It seeks to unmake." "Unmake what?" Liam asked, a cold dread seeping into him. "Everything," Ilara said simply. "It is a force of dissolution. Its followers, those who bear its mark, seek to hasten the end of cycles, to return all to the primordial void. They are not of the earth. They look to the empty spaces, the silent scream of cosmic birth and death." She looked at Sarah's sketch of the monolith under the Southern Cross. "They build their altars in desolate places, where the pulse of life is weak, where the whispers from the outer dark are strongest." "Can we stop it?" Sarah asked. "Is there another counter-ritual?" Ilara shook her head slowly. "This is not a power to be countered with herbs and earth-bound chants. This is different, deeper, more fundamental." She looked at Sarah, a flicker of something unreadable in her ancient eyes. "The Unraveler does not choose its conduits lightly. If its mark has found you, child, it is because there is something within you that resonates with its song. Perhaps the echo of the void left when Viridian's hold was broken." "So what do we do?" Liam asked, his voice tight with frustration and fear. "Just wait for Sarah to be unmade, or for these void worshippers to find her?" "Knowledge is the first defense," Ilara said. "You must understand what calls to you, vessel no more. You must map the scars on your spirit, understand their shape, their resonance. Only then can you hope to silence the new echoes, or perhaps change their tune." She paused. "There are whispers, legends of cartographers of the unseen, those who charted the pathways of power, both terrestrial and celestial. They sought not to wield the power, but to understand its flow, its boundaries, its safeguards. "Where do we find such a cartographer?" Liam asked. Alara looked out towards the setting sun, her gaze distant. "Such knowledge is rare, hoarded, often hidden in plain sight, disguised as folklore, as mad scribblings, as forgotten histories." She turned back to them. "Your young friend, the archivist. He has a keen mind for patterns, for lost lore. Perhaps his search will bear fruit. And you, Stone Turner, you have a knack for finding hidden paths." Her words were cryptic, offering no easy answers, but they sparked a new direction. They weren't just fighting a recurrence of Viridian. They were facing something far older, far more alien. And their best hope lay not in direct confrontation, but in understanding, in finding the lost knowledge that might provide a shield against this new, encroaching darkness. As they prepared to leave Alara's clearing, the old woman pressed a small, smooth, dark stone into Sarah's hand. "A ward against unmaking," she said, "found near a place where the stars fell like rain long ago. It will not stop the unraveler, but it may muddle its song for a time, give you clarity." Sarah clutched the stone, its surface strangely warm. "Thank you, Alara." "The paths of power are many," Alara said, her voice a dry whisper. "Choose yours wisely. The void has a long memory." With that, she retreated into her hut, the hide flap falling closed, leaving them once more alone with their fear and a fragile, new thread of hope. The hunt for understanding, for a way to silence the unraveler's call, had begun. And Sarah, it seemed, was becoming a reluctant cartographer of her own spiritual scars, charting a course through an unseen landscape of terrifying cosmic proportions. Chapter 18: The Obsidian Mirror. The drive back from the Blackwood was somber. Alara's words about the unraveler, the hand of the outer dark, had cast a long, cold shadow. Viridian, for all its horrors, had been an earthly evil, rooted in twisted interpretations of terrestrial power. This new threat felt vaster, more alien, its motivations an unnerving enigma of cosmic dissolution. Sarah clutched the dark, smooth stone Alara had given her, its warmth a small comfort against the chilling pronouncements of the old bone knitter. "A ward against unmaking," Alara had called it. Sarah wasn't sure if it was working, but the frantic urgency to sketch the spiral-fanged symbol had lessened slightly since she'd held it. The visions of the black monolith under the bruised sky, however, still flickered at the edges of her consciousness, a persistent, unwelcome echo. Liam, his mind racing, focused on Alara's advice. "Knowledge is the first defense, cartographers of the unseen." He pinned his hopes on Jonah. The young archivist, with his access to historical databases and his keen intellect, was their best chance of finding any information about the Unraveler, its symbols, and its potential followers. As soon as they returned home, Liam called Jonah, relaying Alara's disturbing revelations. Jonah listened in silence, the only sound on the other end of the line the faint scratching of a pen, his habitual way of processing information. "The Unraveler, hand of the outer dark," Jonah repeated slowly when Liam had finished. "That terminology, it resonates with some extremely obscure, almost apocryphal texts I've encountered, pre-Sumerian fragments, some early Gnostic heresies. They speak of entities that predate creation, forces of pure negation. Their symbols were often described as anti-sigils, designed to unravel the patterns of existence rather than invoke or bind. He paused. This is considerably older and more esoteric than Viridian's lore, Liam. Malachi was dabbling in a puddle compared to this ocean of cosmic dread. Can you find anything specific about the symbol Sarah is drawing? Liam asked. Or about groups that might worship such a force? I'll redouble my efforts, Jonah promised. The Southern Cross connection is vital. If there are active cults, they would likely congregate in areas where that constellation is prominent, perhaps aligning their sites with its movements or with specific telluric currents that they believe amplify the void song Alara mentioned. His voice, though calm, held an undercurrent of gravity. Be careful, Liam. If this entity is truly a force of unmaking, its followers would be nihilistic in the extreme. Their methods would be insidious, designed to break down reality, perception, sanity. The following weeks were a tense vigil. Sarah continued to draw, the spiral-fanged symbol a recurring motif, though the presence of Ilara's stone seemed to give her a sliver more control, allowing her to sometimes push the image away, or to confine it to smaller, less dominant parts of her artwork. The visions of the black monolith persisted, but they were less overwhelming, more like glimpses through a murky window than full immersions. She described them in detail to Liam, who meticulously documented every new element, every subtle shift in the imagery. Liam, meanwhile, threw himself into his own research, spending hours in libraries and online archives, searching for any corroborating information, any mention of cartographers of the unseen or anti-sigils. He found little beyond what Jonah had already hinted at: tantalizing fragments, obscure references, warnings couched in allegory and madness. The knowledge Ilara spoke of was indeed well hidden, buried under layers of superstition and deliberate obfuscation. One afternoon, Jonah called, his voice tight with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Liam, I think I have something. It's unsettling. What is it? Liam asked, his stomach clenching. The symbol Sarah drew, Jonah said. I found a partial match. Not in any recognized mythological database, but in the archived journals of a discredited early 20th century anthropologist, a Dr. Alastair Finch. Finch spent years studying fringe spiritualist groups and so-called void cults across South America and Australia. He was ostracized by the academic community, declared a madman. His work was suppressed. And this symbol, Liam pressed. Finch called it the Obsidian Gyre. He claimed it was the central sigil of a clandestine, pan-continental cult he named the Children of the Silent Scream. According to his journals, they believed our reality was a flawed echo, a dying song, and that their purpose was to assist a cosmic entity, the Unraveler, or the Great Unmaker, in silencing it, returning all to a perfect, unblemished void. Jonah's voice was grim. Finch documented their rituals, which involved prolonged sensory deprivation, reality-distorting psychotropics, and the creation of resonant voids, places where they believed the Unraveler's influence could manifest most strongly. Liam felt a cold dread. Resonant voids, like the place Sarah sees, the black monolith. Possibly, Jonah said. Finch described several such sites. One in particular, he was obsessed with: a remote, desolate plateau in the Atacama Desert in Chile, a place the local indigenous people avoided, calling it El Nido del Vacío, the nest of the void. He claimed the children of the Silent Scream had an ancient temple there, a structure of black, non-terrestrial stone, aligned with the Southern Cross during specific astronomical conjunctions. The Atacama Desert, Chile, the Southern Cross, it all fit. Did Finch say what happened there, or what they were trying to achieve? Liam asked. His journals become increasingly incoherent towards the end, Jonah said. He wrote of attempting to infiltrate their temple during a major conjunction. He spoke of mirrors of obsidian that showed not reflections but the true face of the void, of songs that unraveled the mind. His last entry is just a single repeated phrase. The gyre turns, all unravels. Mirrors of obsidian. Sarah, who had been listening silently beside Liam, gasped. She picked up a charcoal stick and with a few swift, sure strokes, added a detail to her drawing of the black monolith, a dark, gleaming surface near its base, reflecting not the bruised sky but a swirling, starless blackness. An obsidian mirror. "He was there, Liam," she whispered, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. "Finch saw it, and now it's showing itself to me through him, through his memory, or through the mark it left on him." "The Unraveler," Liam said, the pieces clicking into place with sickening precision. "It's not just reaching out to you because you're a former conduit, Sarah. It's using the echoes of its past. Interactions. Finch, Veridian. They're all part of its network, its web of influence, stretching across time and space." The scope of their adversary was terrifying. This wasn't just a localized cult. It was an ancient, insidious presence, with tendrils reaching into forgotten histories, into the minds of susceptible individuals, subtly working towards an incomprehensible goal of cosmic annihilation. "Jonah," Liam said, his voice urgent. "Finch's journals, are they archived anywhere accessible? Can we see them?" "They're held in a special collection at Miskatonic University's Orne Library in Arkham, Massachusetts," Jonah replied. "Under restricted access due to their sensitive and disturbing content. But I have a contact there, a professor of comparative folklore who owes me a favor. I might be able to arrange for you to view them. Unofficially." Miskatonic University. Arkham. The names themselves had a chilling resonance, often associated with tales of cosmic horror and forbidden knowledge. It seemed their path was leading them deeper into the very heart of such narratives. "Arrange it, Jonah," Liam said. "We need to see those journals. We need to understand what Finch knew, what he saw. If there's any mention of how to resist this unmaking, it might be there." Their journey into the shadows was taking a new, even more perilous turn. They were no longer just dealing with the aftermath of Veridian. They were on a desperate quest for forgotten knowledge, a race against an ancient, star-spawned entity and its nihilistic human servants, with Sarah's sanity, and perhaps much more, hanging in the balance. The obsidian gyre was turning, and they had to find a way to stop its unraveling song before it consumed them all. Chapter 19. The Arkham Athenaeum. The journey to Arkham, Massachusetts, felt like stepping into the pages of a disquieting novel. The town itself, with its ancient, gambrel-roofed houses, shadowy lanes, and the brooding presence of Miskatonic University seemed to exude an atmosphere of hushed secrets and forgotten lore. Liam and Sarah, armed with Jonah's introduction and a growing sense of trepidation, found themselves standing before the imposing, ivy-clad facade of the Orne Library. Professor Armitage, Jonah's contact, was a small, bird-like man with spectacles perched precariously on his nose and an air of nervous erudition. He greeted them in his cluttered, book-lined office, his eyes darting around as if expecting some eldritch horror to materialize from the shadows. "Jonah sends his regards," Armitage twittered, shuffling through a pile of papers on his desk. A bright young man, a keen mind for the less illuminated corners of history. He peered at Liam and Sarah over his spectacles. "He mentioned your interest in the Finch collection. Highly irregular, of course. Poor Alastair Finch. A tragic case. Brilliant in his own way, but he delved too deep. The things he wrote of, best left undisturbed, many believe." "We understand the sensitive nature of the material, Professor," Liam said, trying to sound reassuring. "But it's vital for our research. My sister," he gestured to Sarah, "has been experiencing certain artistic inspirations that resonate alarmingly with some of Finch's purported discoveries." Armitage's gaze lingered on Sarah, a flicker of something recognition, pity, in his watery eyes. "Ah, yes, the artistic temperament, often a conduit for other influences," he sighed. "Very well, but I must insist on discretion. And you are to view the journals in the restricted reading room only. No copies, no photographs. Finch's work has a disquieting effect on certain minds." He led them through labyrinthine corridors, past towering shelves groaning under the weight of ancient tomes, to a small, sound-proofed room at the library's heart. The air here was cool, dry, and smelt faintly of old paper and something else, a subtle, almost imperceptible metallic tang that reminded Liam, unsettlingly, of Viridian. On a heavy oak table lay a collection of leather-bound journals and a large, buckram-bound scrapbook filled with faded photographs, crude sketches, and newspaper clippings. The Finch collection. "I will leave you to your studies," Armitage said, hovering in the doorway. "Do not linger too long. The atmosphere in this room, it can be oppressive." He gave them a final, nervous glance and retreated, the heavy door clicking shut behind him, leaving Liam and Sarah alone with the madman's legacy. Sarah reached out a hesitant hand towards the nearest journal, then recoiled slightly, as if from a source of cold. "It feels familiar," she whispered. "The Unraveler's mark. It's all over these." Liam opened the first journal. Finch's handwriting was initially neat, precise, the observations of a dedicated anthropologist. He documented his early encounters with fringe spiritualist groups, his growing fascination with recurring symbols and themes of cosmic nihilism that transcended cultural boundaries. Then, as he began to focus on the children of the silent scream and their worship of the great Unmaker, the script became more agitated, the entries more obsessive. They pored over the journals for hours, the silence of the reading room broken only by the rustle of turning pages and their own hushed whispers. Finch's accounts were terrifyingly detailed. He described the cult's indoctrination methods, prolonged isolation, chanting in non-human languages, the use of hallucinogenic substances derived from obscure desert fungi, all designed to fracture the consensus reality and open the initiate's mind to the song of the void. The scrapbook was even more disturbing. Faded photographs showed desolate landscapes, strange rock formations, and unsettlingly, groups of people with blank, ecstatic expressions, their bodies adorned with variations of the obsidian gyre symbol. There were crude sketches of alien entities, of complex astronomical charts, of the black monolith in the Atacama Desert, El Nido del Vacío, its oily surface gleaming under a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations. Sarah recognized it instantly from her visions. One section of Finch's notes detailed the cult's belief in obsidian mirrors, artifacts they claimed were not of terrestrial origin, capable of reflecting not the physical world, but the true face of the void, or of acting as gateways for the unraveler's influence. He described a ritual where initiates would stare into these mirrors for days, their sanity slowly eroding as they were exposed to the unblinking gaze of utter nullity. "This is what they want for you, Sarah," Liam said, his voice grim, pointing to a particularly disturbing sketch of a figure, its face a mask of terror and vacant ecstasy, staring into a swirling black vortex reflected in an obsidian shard. "To make you a mirror, a gateway." Sarah shuddered, clutching Ilara's warding stone tightly. "The visions, they're stronger here, the room. It feels like it's full of whispers." As they delved deeper into Finch's final, most fragmented journal, the one detailing his ill-fated attempt to infiltrate the Atacama Temple, the atmosphere in the room seemed to grow colder, the metallic tang in the air more pronounced. Finch's handwriting was almost illegible, a desperate scrawl across the page. He wrote of impossible geometries, of music that dissolved thought, of the overwhelming presence of the Unmaker during a celestial conjunction. Then they found it, a hastily drawn diagram, a complex pattern of interlocking lines and symbols with the obsidian gyre at its center. Beside it, Finch had scrawled a single, desperate note, the counter-resonance, a flaw in the void song discovered by accident, a harmonic dissonance, a shield. If only I could stabilize it. The gyre turns. A counter-resonance, Liam breathed, his heart pounding. Ilara was right, there might be a way to fight this. But Finch's notes on the counter-resonance were maddeningly incomplete. He had stumbled upon it, perhaps through some accidental combination of sound or mental focus, but he hadn't fully understood it, hadn't been able to replicate it reliably before his sanity shattered. The diagram was complex, its meaning obscure. As Liam tried to decipher the diagram, Sarah let out a small, choked cry. She was staring at a faded photograph in the scrapbook, a group portrait of what appeared to be members of the Children of the Silent Scream, taken somewhere in the Australian outback decades ago. Their faces were mostly obscured by shadow or ritual paint, but one figure standing slightly apart, a woman with intense, dark eyes and a cruel slash of a mouth, wore a distinctive, spiral-fanged amulet around her neck, an amulet identical to the one Sarah had been compelled to draw. But it wasn't just the amulet that held Sarah's attention. It was the woman's face. Despite the age of the photograph, despite the shadows, There was an undeniable, horrifying familiarity. "Liam," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling, her face ashen. "That woman, I know her from Viridian." Liam frowned, leaning closer. "From Viridian? That's impossible, Sarah. This photo is 60, 70 years old. Viridian was." "No," Sarah insisted, her finger tracing the woman's chillingly familiar features. "Not one of the regular villagers, but when Malachi was preparing me, when he was trying to make me the vessel, he showed me images, visions of those who had walked the path before, of other conduits. And she was one of them. He called her, the first herald of the unmaking song in this cycle." She looked at Liam, her eyes wide with a terrible understanding. "Hester, it's a younger Hester. Or someone who looked exactly like her, wearing her power." Liam stared at the photograph, a cold dread seeping into his bones. Hester, the fanatical ritual overseer of Viridian with her obsidian eye. Had she been connected to this older, wider cult? Had Viridian itself been an offshoot, a corrupted echo of this far more ancient and insidious worship of the Unraveler? Was Hester's devotion not just to Malachi's earth god, but to this greater, darker power of unmaking? Had her obsidian eye been one of Finch's mirrors? The implications were staggering. The threat was not just a new one emerging from the void. It was intertwined with the horrors they had already faced, a deeper layer of the same malignancy. Viridian had been a symptom, and Hester, perhaps, a bridge between worlds, between cults. Before they could process this new, horrifying connection, the heavy door of the reading room creaked open. Professor Armitage stood there, his face pale, his eyes wide with alarm. "You must leave," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Now the library, it's closing, and an unforeseen atmospheric disturbance, the air pressure, it's dropping rapidly." Liam and Sarah exchanged a look. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, almost overpowering. A faint, high-pitched whine, like the sound Sarah had described from her visions of the black monolith, began to emanate from the walls themselves. "Finch's last words," Sarah breathed. "The gyre turns, all unravels." The Unraveler, or its influence, was not confined to the Atacama Desert or the pages of a madman's journal. It was here, in Arkham, in the Orne Library, and it knew they were reading its secrets. The quiet sanctuary of forbidden knowledge had just become a trap. Chapter 20: The Song of Unmaking. The high-pitched whine intensified, pressing against Liam's eardrums, a sound that felt like it was trying to pry apart the synapses of his brain. The lights in the restricted reading room flickered, then dimmed, plunging them into a disorienting twilight. Professor Armitage, his face a mask of terror, gibbered incoherently, backing away from the doorway. "It knows," Sarah cried, clutching her head. "The Unraveler, it can feel us, looking at its patterns." Ilara's warding stone, still clutched in her hand, grew uncomfortably hot. Liam grabbed the scrapbook and Finch's final, crucial journal, the one containing the diagram of the counter-resonance. "We have to go." He pulled Sarah towards the door, pushing past the paralyzed Armitage. The labyrinthine corridors of the Orne Library were no longer silent. The high-pitched whine echoed through the stacks, accompanied by a strange, rustling sound, as if thousands of dry leaves were skittering through the ancient building. The air was cold, heavy, and the metallic tang was now mixed with the faint, unmistakable scent of ozone, the precursor to an electrical discharge. "Which way out?" Liam yelled over the growing cacophony. Armitage, jolted from his stupor by the urgency in Liam's voice, pointed a trembling finger down a shadowy corridor. "That way, to the emergency exit. But the wards, the library's old protective wards, they're failing." As they stumbled through the darkened library, the disturbances grew more intense. Books flew from shelves as if hurled by an unseen hand. The temperature plummeted, their breath misting in the air. Shadows seemed to writhe in the corners of their vision, coalescing into shapes that defied geometry, that hinted at the impossible forms Finch had described. Sarah cried out, pointing to a large, ornate mirror hanging in a side alcove. Its surface, instead of reflecting the dim corridor, swirled with a starless, oily blackness, an obsidian mirror, manifesting right before their eyes. A faint, whispered chorus like the silent scream Finch had written of, seemed to emanate from its depths, trying to lure them closer. "Don't look at it," Liam yelled, pulling Sarah away. The whispers intensified, trying to worm their way into his mind, promising oblivion, release from the flawed echo of reality. He fought against them, focusing on the image of Finch's counter-resonance diagram, trying to hold onto its complex, dissonant pattern as a mental shield. They reached the emergency exit, a heavy steel door. Liam fumbled with the push bar. It was stuck. He threw his shoulder against it, again and again, desperation lending him strength. With a groan of protesting metal, the door burst open, and they stumbled out into the late afternoon gloom of Arkham, the sounds of the unraveling library still echoing behind them. They didn't stop running until they were several blocks away, collapsing onto a park bench, gasping for breath, their bodies trembling. The ordinary sounds of the town, traffic, distant chatter, the chirping of sparrows, felt like a comforting balm after the psychic assault within the Orne library. What was that?" Sarah panted, her face pale. "The Unraveler," Liam said grimly. "Or its influence. It didn't like us reading its secrets. Finch wasn't just paranoid, that place. It's a conduit." He clutched the journal and scrapbook he had managed to save. "But we have this. Finch's counter-resonance. It's our only hope." They found a small, anonymous motel on the outskirts of Arkham, a world away from the brooding academic Gothic of Miskatonic University. Liam spread Finch's diagram out on the cheap Formica table. It was a complex, almost fractal pattern with the obsidian gyre at its heart, surrounded by a series of interlocking, angular lines and smaller, opposing sigils. It looked like a schematic for some arcane engine, or a map of conflicting energy flows. "A flaw in the Void Song, a harmonic dissonance," Liam murmured, tracing the lines with his finger. "Finch stumbled upon it. He didn't create it. It's inherent. A natural counterbalance, maybe." Sarah, still shaken, stared at the diagram. Alara's warding stone lay beside it, its surface now cool to the touch. The whispers in the library. They were trying to tell me this pattern was a lie, a trap. That true harmony was in the gyre, in the unmaking. She shook her head, trying to clear the lingering echoes. But Finch called it a shield. They spent hours studying the diagram, cross-referencing it with Finch's fragmented notes, trying to understand its logic. It seemed to be based on principles of sympathetic resonance and destructive interference, using specific frequencies, symbols, and perhaps even mental states to disrupt the unraveler's influence, to cancel out its unmaking song. It's not just a drawing, Liam realized. It's a process, a ritual like Veridian, but designed to protect, to seal, not to invoke. He pointed to a series of smaller symbols around the periphery of the diagram. These look like focal points, anchors, and these lines. They could represent pathways of energy or even sound frequencies. Jonah called that evening, his voice tight with urgency. "Liam, Sarah, are you all right? I heard. There was some kind of incident at the Orne Library. A sudden structural event, they're calling it. Power outages, localized seismic tremors. Professor Armitage is unwell, incoherent." "We're okay, Jonah," Liam said, choosing his words carefully. "We got what we needed. Finch's notes on a protective pattern, he called it a counter-resonance." He quickly described the diagram. Jonah was silent for a moment. Then, a counter-resonance. That aligns with some very obscure alchemical theories about sympathetic antagonism and the luna nigra, the dark moon, representing the hidden, balancing principle to destructive cosmic forces. If Finch found a practical application of this, he paused. The children of the silent scream. Their primary temple, El Nido del Vacío in the Atacama. According to Finch, their next major conjunction, their next attempt to amplify the Unraveler's song, is imminent. Less than a week. Less than a week. The timeline was contracting with terrifying speed. "We have to go there, Jonah," Liam said, a grim resolve hardening in his voice. "To the Atacama. If we can enact this counter-resonance at their nexus of power during their ritual, we might be able to disrupt them, to shield Sarah, maybe even to sever this Unraveler's connection to our world." "Liam, that's insane," Jonah protested. "Finch barely survived his attempt to observe them, to interfere directly at the heart of their power." "What other choice do we have?" Sarah interjected, her voice surprisingly firm. "Wait for them to find me. Wait for the Unraveler's song to consume me completely. Ilara said I had to map my scars, understand their resonance. This counter-resonance, it feels like the key, like the true path through the void that's been opened in me." She looked at Liam, her eyes clear, the fear replaced by a steely determination. "I'm not just a victim anymore, Liam. I'm part of this fight." Liam looked at his sister, a surge of pride mixing with his fear. Veridian had nearly broken her, but she had emerged stronger, more resilient than he could have imagined. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we go to Chile, but we need a plan. Finch's notes are fragmented. How do we translate this diagram into a working ritual?" "The focal points," Jonah said, his mind already working. "The smaller symbols, if they represent anchors, they might correspond to specific materials, specific alignments, even specific states of mind." Finch mentioned the cult used obsidian mirrors. Perhaps the counter-resonance requires different reflective surfaces, materials that scatter or absorb rather than concentrate the void's energy. He paused. "And the lines, if they are sound frequencies, Ilara." She understood the songs of power, the chants. She might be able to interpret that aspect of the diagram, to find the harmonic dissonance Finch spoke of. The path ahead was incredibly dangerous, fraught with unknowns. But for the first time since the new symbols had appeared, they had a direction, a potential weapon against the encroaching darkness. They had to return to the Blackwood to seek Ilara's wisdom one last time. Then, a journey to the desolate heart of the Atacama Desert, to confront the children of the silent scream at their unholy altar, armed only with a madman's fragmented theory and their own desperate courage. The song of unmaking was growing louder, and they had very little time to compose their counter-melody. Chapter 21. The Bone Chanter's Wisdom. The return journey to Arkham, and then back towards the Blackwood State Forest, was a blur of anxious travel and hurried preparations. Liam booked flights to Calama, the closest major airport to the San Pedro de Atacama region in Chile, using his rapidly dwindling savings. Sarah, meanwhile, pored over Finch's journal and the diagram of the counter-resonance, trying to absorb every detail, her mind strangely clear and focused despite the looming threat. Ilara's warding stone, always in her hand or pocket, seemed to provide a subtle shield against the Unraveler's insidious whispers, allowing her intellect to work unimpeded by direct psychic assault. They found old Ilara not at her secluded shelter, but by the still, dark waters of a hidden pond, deep within a part of the forest that even Viridian's influence had never fully touched. She was not working with bones this time, but was instead arranging small, smooth stones in intricate patterns on the damp earth, her lips moving in a silent, ceaseless hum. She looked up as they approached, her ancient amber eyes acknowledging their presence without surprise. "The gyre turns faster now," she said, her voice a dry rustle like autumn leaves. "I feel its cold breath even here in the heart of the green." "Ilara, we found Finch's notes," Liam said, quickly explaining their ordeal at the Orne Library and their discovery of the counter-resonance diagram. He spread the copied diagram on the ground before her. He spoke of a harmonic dissonance, a flaw in the Unraveler's song. "We think these lines might represent sound frequencies. You understand the songs of power. Can you help us interpret this?" Ilara studied the complex diagram for a long, silent moment, her gaze intense, her brow furrowed. The silent hum on her lips changed pitch, becoming a low, almost inaudible thrum that seemed to vibrate in the air around them. "Finch was touched by the void," she said finally, "but his madness held a spark of true seeing. This pattern, it is an unweaving, a silencing." She traced the intricate lines of the diagram with a gnarled finger. "These are not just frequencies," she said. "They are intervals of silence, absences. The Unraveler's song fills all space, seeks to overwhelm all other vibrations. This counter-resonance, it creates pockets of true nullity, of receptive stillness, within which its song cannot take root. It starves the gyre of its echo." "Intervals of silence," Sarah murmured. "How do we create that?" "Not with sound, but with its opposite," Ilara explained. "The chants of the old way, the ones before Malachi twisted them, they knew of the sacred pauses, the breaths between worlds. This diagram, it maps a sequence of such silences, specific durations, specific intentions of stillness that must be held in the mind and spirit while the outer song of unmaking rages." She pointed to the smaller symbols around the periphery. "And these anchors, they are not just materials but states of being. One is the stone of unknowing, a mind emptied of expectation. Another, the water of unbecoming, a spirit fluid yielding without resistance. The fire of unburning, a passion focused inward, a contained stillness. The air of unbreathing, a perfect momentary cessation. Liam and Sarah exchanged a look. This was far more esoteric, more mentally and spiritually demanding than Viridian's crude blood rituals or Alara's earthbound countermagic. This was a discipline of the inner landscape. "Can we do this?" Liam asked, doubt creeping into his voice. "To hold such states, in the face of that kind of power?" Alara looked at Sarah, her gaze unwavering. "The vessel no more has already walked the edge of the void. She knows its contours, and the stone I gave her, it is a silent seed. It can help her find those inner stillnesses." She then turned to Liam. "And you, Stone Turner, you have a will that bends but does not easily break. You can be her anchor in the storm of unmaking." She spent the next few hours with them, guiding them through the principles of the counter-resonance. She didn't teach them a chant of words, but a chant of silences, a rhythmic sequence of focused mental states, each corresponding to one of Finch's anchor symbols, each designed to create an internal bastion against the unraveler's invasive song. It was an exhausting, meditative practice, requiring immense concentration and a willingness to delve into uncomfortable depths of their own consciousness. The children of the silent scream will be at their most powerful during the conjunction, at their altar of black stone, Alara warned as they prepared to leave. They will use their obsidian mirrors to amplify the unraveler's presence, to try and force open a permanent gateway. You must enact the counter-resonance there, at the heart of their ritual. You must become the flaw in their perfect void. She pressed another small pouch into Liam's hand. "Ashes of the listener tree," she said. "It stood for 1,000 years, hearing all the whispers of the forest, both light and dark, before lightning took it. Mix these with pure water. Use them to draw the gyre and its counter-pattern on your bodies before you begin. It will offer a fragile shield against the direct touch of the Unmaker. Ground your spirits while you navigate the silences." "Alara, thank you," Sarah said, her voice filled with a gratitude that went beyond words. "You've given us a fighting chance." "The paths of power are many," Alara repeated, her gaze distant. "Some lead to unmaking, others to a deeper understanding of the silence from which all songs arise." She turned and walked back towards her pond, her small, frail figure merging with the ancient trees, leaving Liam and Sarah with their difficult knowledge and the daunting task ahead. Their flight to Kalama was uneventful, a surreal pocket of normalcy before the plunge back into the extraordinary. From Kalama, they took a bus to San Pedro de Atacama, a dusty oasis town on the edge of the driest desert in the world. The air here was thin, the sun relentless, the landscape stark and alien after the lush greens of the Blackwood. The Southern Cross blazed in the night sky, a constant, silent reminder of their purpose. Following Finch's crude maps and Jonah's research, they hired a battered 4x4 Jeep and a reluctant local guide, an old man named Mateo who seemed to know every rock and ravine in the vast, empty landscape. Liam told Mateo they were researchers, amateur archaeologists looking for pre-Columbian ruins, a story that was met with a skeptical but resigned shrug. Mateo had seen many strange gringos come to the desert seeking many strange things. He agreed to take them as far as the foothills of a remote, unnamed Cordillera, a place he called La Boca del Diablo, the Devil's Mouth. Beyond that he would not go. Mal air, he said, his weathered face grim. Bad air. The old spirits sleep uneasily there, not a place for the living. The journey was brutal. The jeep bounced over rocky, barely discernible tracks, through a landscape of breathtaking desolation, vast salt flats, wind-sculpted rock formations, and towering sand dunes under an immense, unforgiving sky. Sarah clutched Alara's silent seed stone, her gaze fixed on the distant, jagged peaks where El Nido del Vacío supposedly lay. After 2 days of punishing travel, Mateo stopped the jeep at the edge of a vast, barren plateau. "This is as far as I go," he said, his voice firm. "El Nido del Vacío is that way." He pointed towards a forbidding expanse of black, volcanic rock that stretched towards the horizon. "May your gods, if you have them, walk with you, for mine will not." He accepted Liam's payment, turned the jeep around, and drove away without a backward glance, leaving Liam and Sarah alone at the edge of the nest of the void. The silence here was absolute, profound, a silence that seemed to swallow sound itself. The air was thin, cold, and carried the faint scent of sulfur and something else. That same dry, metallic tang they remembered from the Orne Library, the signature of the Unraveler's presence. They shouldered their meager packs, water, some food, Finch's journal, Alara's pouch of ashes, and a small, non-metallic bowl for mixing them. The sun beat down mercilessly. In the far distance, under the pale blue desert sky, they could just make out a dark, needle-like shape, a black finger pointing towards the heavens. The monolith. "Ready?" Liam asked, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive stillness. Sarah took a deep breath, her hand closing around Alara's stone. "As I'll ever be." Together, they began their trek across the desolate plateau, towards the heart of the Unraveler's domain, towards a confrontation that would determine far more than just their own survival. The song of unmaking was waiting for them. Chapter 22. El Nido del Vacío. The trek across the volcanic plateau was a descent into an alien landscape. The black, jagged rock underfoot radiated a stored heat, even as the thin desert air grew colder with the approaching night. The silence was a physical presence, broken only by the crunch of their boots and their own labored breathing. The monolith, El Nido del Vacío, grew steadily larger, a stark obsidian needle piercing the bruised twilight sky. It seemed to absorb the light, exuding an aura of ancient, malevolent indifference. As they drew closer, Liam and Sarah could make out more details. The monolith was not a natural formation. Its sides were too smooth, its angles too precise, though weathered by millennia of wind and sand. And covering its surface, almost invisible against the black stone, were faint, repeating patterns of the obsidian gyre, the spiral-fanged symbol of the Unraveler. It was a testament to a chillingly patient, non-human intelligence. At the base of the monolith, nestled amongst a jumble of fallen black boulders, was a low, dark opening, the entrance to the temple Finch had described. No guards were visible, no signs of recent activity. But the oppressive atmosphere, the feeling of being watched by something cold and vast, was undeniable. "This is it," Liam whispered, his voice hoarse. "The nest of the void." Sarah nodded, her face pale but set with determination. She clutched Ilara's silent seed stone, its familiar warmth a small anchor in this desolate, unnerving place. They waited until the last sliver of the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the Southern Cross blazed with an almost unnatural brilliance in the ink-black sky. According to Finch's notes, the conjunction, the peak of the Unraveler's influence, would occur around midnight. Liam mixed Ilara's sacred ashes with a little water in the small bowl, creating a thin, gray paste. Following the bone chanter's instructions, they carefully painted the complex diagram of the counter-resonance, the obsidian gyre at its heart, surrounded by its opposing sigils and lines of unweaving onto each other's forearms and across their foreheads. The ash felt cool against their skin, and as it dried, it seemed to tingle faintly, a subtle resonance with the ancient power it represented. "Ready?" Liam asked again, his eyes meeting Sarah. As she took a deep breath, "Let's finish this." They approached the dark entrance to the temple. A wave of icy cold, far more intense than the desert night, washed over them as they stepped inside. The air was thick, stagnant, and carried that faint, disturbing scent of ozone and dust. The passage sloped downwards into the earth beneath the monolith. It was unlit, but Sarah, her senses strangely heightened, her connection to Ilara's stone perhaps acting as a dowsing rod for these dark energies, seemed to know the way, guiding Liam through the oppressive blackness. The passage opened into a vast, circular chamber, carved directly from the black volcanic rock beneath the monolith. The only illumination came from a faint, pulsing luminescence that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, which were covered in repeating patterns of the obsidian gyre. In the center of the chamber, on a raised dais, stood a single, massive shard of polished obsidian, easily 10 feet tall. Finch's obsidian mirror. Its surface did not reflect the dim light of the chamber, but swirled with an impenetrable, starless blackness, a window into the void itself. And before the mirror, their backs to the entrance, stood a dozen figures, cloaked and hooded in black, the children of the silent scream. They were chanting, a low, monotonous drone that seemed to harmonize with the high-pitched whine Liam remembered from the Orne Library, a sound that was both auditory and psychic, designed to unravel the very fabric of perception. At the head of the group, standing closest to the obsidian mirror, was a taller figure, their cloak subtly different, embroidered with silver threads that formed a larger, more intricate version of the gyre. The first herald, the leader of this cell. As if sensing their presence, the herald slowly turned. The hood fell back. Liam's breath caught in his throat. It was not the woman from Finch's photograph, not the cruel-mouthed zealot who resembled Hester. This was a man, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes burning with a cold, fanatical light. But around his neck on a silver chain hung the spiral-fanged amulet, and pinned to his cloak, almost like a medal, was a small, tarnished badge, the insignia of Miskatonic University's Department of Anthropology. "Professor Armitage," Liam whispered, his voice filled with disbelief and a dawning, sickening understanding. The man who had nervously guided them through the Orne Library, who had feigned fear and concern, now smiled, a slow, chilling expression that held no warmth, only a predatory triumph. "Mr. Evans," Miss Evans, Armitage said, his voice no longer twittering and nervous but smooth, resonant, filled with a cold authority. How predictable of you to follow the breadcrumbs. Finch's journal was a most effective lure. You're one of them, Sarah breathed, her hand tightening on Alara's stone. One of them, Armitage chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. My dear, I am the current shepherd of this particular flock. Finch merely glimpsed the precipice. I have embraced the fall. He gestured towards the obsidian mirror. The conjunction is almost upon us. The unraveler's song grows strong. Soon this flawed echo of reality will begin to fray, to unravel, and the true, perfect silence of the void will reclaim all. You led us here, Liam said, the betrayal a bitter taste in his mouth. The incident at the library. That was you, wasn't it? Testing us, sealing our path. A necessary calibration, Armitage said. We needed to be sure you possessed the resonance. The unraveler is drawn to spirits like your sister, Miss Evans, those who have already touched the void, who carry its echo within them. You were to be our new mirror, our clearest conduit once your viridian taint had been properly repurposed. He smiled again, that cold, terrifying smile. But now, your arrival here at this most auspicious moment will serve an even greater purpose. Your energies, your very life force, will fuel the final unmaking. The other cultists turned, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods, their chanting growing louder, more discordant, the high-pitched whine intensifying, pressing against Liam and Sarah's minds. The blackness in the obsidian mirror seemed to deepen, to pulse, as if something vast and ancient were stirring within its depths. It's a trap, Sarah whispered to Liam. Alara's counter-resonance. Armitage knows about Finch's notes. He must have anticipated this. Perhaps, Liam said, his voice low, his eyes fixed on Armitage. But he doesn't know about Alara's interpretation. He doesn't know about the chant of silences. He met Sarah's gaze, a silent question passing between them. This was it, their only chance. Sarah nodded, her resolve hardening. She closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on the warmth of Alara's stone, on the inner stillness the bone chanter had taught them to find. Armitage raised his hands, his voice booming in the resonant chamber. The gyre turns, the unmaking begins. Let the silent scream commence. The cultists' chant reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of atonal sounds and non-human syllables that clawed at Liam and Sarah's sanity. The obsidian mirror pulsed violently, and from its depths, a wave of palpable cold, of utter psychic negation, washed over them. Now, Liam, Sarah cried, her voice cutting through the din. Together they closed their eyes, shutting out the terrifying spectacle. They focused inward on the patterns of ash on their skin, on the sequence of mental states Alara had taught them. The stone of unknowing, emptying their minds of fear, of expectation. The water of unbecoming, yielding, not resisting, the psychic assault. It was like standing in the heart of a hurricane, the unraveler's song tearing at them, trying to rip their consciousness apart. But within the storm they sought the eye, the silence. They moved through the sequence, the fire of unburning, containing their terror, their will to survive, focusing it inward. The air of unbreathing, finding those perfect momentary cessations, those pockets of true nullity where the unraveler's song could find no purchase. Armitage and his cultists faltered. Their chant, designed to overwhelm, to shatter, met not resistance, but a strange, absorbent stillness. The pulsing of the obsidian mirror became erratic. The wave of psychic negation seemed to refract, to scatter. "What is this?" Armitage hissed, his composure cracking, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Liam and Sarah, who stood with eyes closed, seemingly unmoved by the ritual assault. "What are you doing?" Liam and Sarah didn't answer. They were locked in their inner landscape, navigating the chant of silences, becoming the flaw in the void song. The counter-resonance was taking hold, not as an attack, but as an unweaving, a denial of the unraveler's power by refusing to give it an echo. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, not with the violent shaking of Viridian's collapse, but with a deeper, more fundamental vibration, as if the very fabric of the place was losing its cohesion. The faint luminescence of the chamber flickered. Cracks like black veins began to appear in the surface of the obsidian mirror. The unraveler was being denied its purchase. Its song turned back upon itself, and its temple, El Nido del Vacío, was starting to come apart at the seams. The nest of the void was rejecting its master. Chapter 23. The Resonance Cascade. The black veins spiderwebbing across the obsidian mirror grew wider, deeper. A low, grinding sound filled the chamber, as if the ancient non-terrestrial stone of the monolith was protesting the dissonant energies unleashed by the counter-resonance. Armitage stared, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. His meticulously planned ritual, the culmination of years, perhaps decades, of devotion to the Unraveler, was not just failing, it was backfiring spectacularly. "No," he shrieked, his voice cracking. "The song must not be silenced. The void demands its due." He lunged towards Liam and Sarah, his hands outstretched, fingers crooked into claws, intending to physically break their concentration, to shatter the intolerable stillness they projected. But before he could reach them, several of his cloaked acolytes cried out, clutching their heads, their bodies convulsing. The psychic backlash of the disrupted ritual, amplified by their own attempts to force open a conduit to the void, was overwhelming them. One by one, the children of the silent scream collapsed, their minds shattered by the very unmaking they had sought to unleash upon the world. Some simply fell silent, their eyes vacant. Others thrashed, shrieking in tongues that were ancient and terrible, before lapsing into catatonia. Armitage stumbled, looking around at his fallen followers, his fanatical certainty beginning to crumble. "The mirrors, they are breaking from within," he stammered, his gaze returning to the fractured obsidian mirror. Liam and Sarah remained locked in their meditative trance, their synchronized chant of silences, creating an expanding sphere of null resonance around them. It was an island of profound stillness in a sea of chaotic, unraveling energy. The high-pitched whine of the Unraveler's song stuttered, faltered, then began to descend in pitch, becoming a guttural, frustrated howl that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the temple. The monolith above them groaned, a sound like the tortured stress of a dying giant. Dust and small pebbles rained down from the ceiling of the chamber. The cracks in the obsidian mirror widened further, and a faint, oily black smoke, smelling of ozone and something anciently corrupt, began to seep from them. The Unraveler. It is. Displeased, Armitage whispered, a genuine primal fear now replacing his arrogance. He backed away from the pulsing, smoking mirror, his eyes darting towards the exit. His carefully constructed worldview, his faith in the perfect, silent void, was being torn apart by a power he hadn't anticipated. The power of structured, intentional emptiness. A silence that rebuffed rather than invited. Liam, deep within the meditative sequence, felt a subtle shift. The external pressure of the Unraveler's song was lessening, but a new internal strain was building. Holding the intervals of silence, the specific mental states Alara had described, required immense discipline. It was like trying to hold back an ocean with a dam of pure thought. Tiny cracks were appearing in his own concentration. He could feel Sarah beside him, her own focus wavering slightly. They couldn't maintain this for much longer. The obsidian mirror let out a sharp crack, like a gunshot, and a large shard of its polished surface broke free, crashing to the stone floor and shattering into 1,000 razor-sharp fragments. The oily black smoke billowed out more thickly, and within it, for a horrifying instant, Liam thought he saw a shape, a vast, amorphous shadow with too many eyes, or perhaps no eyes at all, a being of pure cosmic negation, recoiling from the dissonant energies. The ground heaved violently. The entire monolith shuddered. Large sections of the chamber ceiling began to collapse. The Unraveler, denied its conduit, its song thrown into disarray, was lashing out, its frustrated power shaking the very foundations of its ancient temple. Armitage, his dreams of unmaking shattered, finally broke. With a scream of pure terror, he turned and fled, scrambling towards the exit passage, abandoning his fallen acolytes, his broken god, and his shattered ambitions. Liam, Sarah's voice, strained, cut through his concentration. The mirror, it's going to implode. Liam opened his eyes. The obsidian mirror was glowing with an intense, internal blackness, the cracks spreading across its surface like a web of pure void. It was drawing energy into itself, a miniature black hole of unmaking. The psychic pressure in the chamber was immense. "We have to break the sequence," Liam yelled, grabbing Sarah's arm. "If that thing goes, it'll take this whole place and us with it." They had created the counter-resonance, the flaw in the Unraveler's song. Now they had to let it go, to allow the energies to dissipate before the feedback loop destroyed everything. Together, they consciously released their hold on the chant of silences, letting go of the focused mental states. The effect was like a dam bursting. The pent-up energies, both theirs and the Unraveler's, exploded outwards in a chaotic, uncontrolled cascade. The remaining sections of the obsidian mirror shattered with a deafening implosion, not exploding outwards, but collapsing in on itself, leaving behind a swirling vortex of absolute blackness for a horrifying instant before it, too, winked out of existence, leaving only a lingering smell of burnt ozone and shattered stone. The monolith above them gave a final, agonized groan and began to fall, not in a sudden crash, but in a slow, grinding collapse, as if its ancient, alien structure was finally surrendering to entropy. "Run!" Liam screamed, pulling Sarah towards the exit passage, stumbling over the bodies of the fallen cultists. They plunged into the darkness of the sloping tunnel just as the main chamber behind them filled with the roar of collapsing rock and the shriek of tearing stone. They emerged from the temple mouth into the cold desert night, gasping for breath, their bodies bruised, their minds reeling. Behind them, the great black monolith of El Nido del Vacío, the Unraveler's ancient altar, was visibly leaning, groaning, shedding huge slabs of its obsidian-like rock. It was dying. They didn't wait to see its final collapse. They ran, stumbling across the treacherous volcanic plateau, away from the epicenter of the unmaking. The Southern Cross blazed overhead, seemingly indifferent to the cosmic drama unfolding below. When they finally dared to look back from a safe distance, the monolith was gone. In its place was a vast, newly formed crater, a gaping wound in the desert floor, spewing dust and a faint, oily smoke into the starlit sky. The nest of the void had consumed itself. Exhausted, terrified, but undeniably alive, Liam and Sarah sank to the ground. The psychic wine was gone. The oppressive presence of the Unraveler had receded, its song silenced, at least in this place, at least for now. "Is it over?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible above the ringing in her own ears. Liam looked at the devastation behind them, then at the vast, silent desert stretching before them under the cold, uncaring stars. I think we closed a door," he said slowly. "Or maybe it closed itself when it couldn't get what it wanted." He wasn't sure if the Unraveler was truly defeated or merely thwarted. Such an ancient, cosmic entity was likely beyond true destruction. But they had faced it, at the heart of its power, and they had survived. They had taken its song of unmaking and turned it into a resonance cascade that had shattered its temple and scattered its followers. The warding stone Alara had given Sarah was now cracked, its inner warmth gone, but Sarah still clutched it, a token of a battle hard won. The ashes of the counter-resonance were smudged and faded on their skin, but the patterns and the silences they represented were now etched into their memories, into their very beings. They were, in their own way, cartographers of a terrible, unseen landscape, and they carried its map within them. The silence of the Atacama night felt different now, not empty, but pregnant with the echoes of a cosmic struggle, a testament to the fragile resilience of the human spirit against the vast, indifferent void. Chapter 24: The Whispering Scar. The journey out of the Atacama was a haze of exhaustion and disbelief. They walked for what felt like days, though it was probably only one, before they stumbled upon a rarely used mining track. There, by sheer luck, they were found by a pair of prospectors who, after their initial shock at Liam and Sarah's disheveled state, agreed to drive them back towards San Pedro de Atacama. Liam offered them the last of his cash, a small price for rescue from the abyss. He concocted a story of being amateur hikers who had gotten lost, suffered a fall near a geologically unstable area, and witnessed a localized earthquake and rockslide that had obliterated a strange, isolated rock formation. It was thin, but plausible enough for the prospectors, who were more interested in the potential for new mineral deposits exposed by the rockslide than in the incoherent ramblings of two traumatized gringos. Back in San Pedro, they contacted Jonah, their voices hoarse, their words disjointed as they tried to describe the events at El Nido del Vacío. Jonah listened, his earlier academic detachment replaced by a profound, shaken awe. You, you faced it, and you survived. The counter-resonance. It actually worked. It worked, Liam confirmed, but the cost. Armitage, he was their leader. He used Finch's journals to lure us there. The betrayal still stung. He fled when the temple started to collapse. I don't know if he made it out of the desert. Armitage, Jonah breathed. It makes a terrible kind of sense. His access to the restricted texts, his obsession with Finch. He wasn't just a guardian of forbidden knowledge, he was a practitioner. He paused. The authorities here are reporting a significant, unexplained seismic event in a remote sector of the Atacama. No casualties reported as the area is uninhabited. They're sending geological survey teams. Liam knew what they would find. A crater, a scar on the earth, with no rational explanation for its sudden appearance. The Unraveler's footprint and its undoing. The flight back to the United States was long, giving them too much time to think, to process. Sarah slept fitfully, her hand still clutching the cracked warding stone. Liam stared out the window at the clouds below, the vastness of the sky a chilling reminder of the cosmic horrors they had brushed against. They returned to their quiet house, their sanctuary, but it felt different now. The silence of their home was no longer just peaceful. It was filled with the echoes of Ilara's chant of silences, with the memory of the Unraveler's unmaking song. The ordinary world seemed fragile, a thin veneer over an abyss of terrifying possibilities. In the weeks that followed, they tried to resume their lives, but the shadow of the Atacama and of Viridian before it lingered. Sarah's art changed again. The obsessive, spiral-fanged symbol of the Unraveler was gone from her sketches. In its place were images of vast, empty spaces, of fractured monoliths, and sometimes of a single, steady light shining in an overwhelming darkness. There was still a somber quality to her work, but it was no longer dominated by fear. There was a sense of resilience, of a hard-won clarity. Liam found it harder to readjust. The precise lines of his architectural drawings felt inadequate. He kept seeing the impossible geometries of the Unraveler's influence, the unraveling patterns of the void. He slept little, his mind replaying the events in the Orne Library, in the desert temple. He found himself researching, not the Unraveler. He wanted nothing more to do with that, but the concept of cartographers of the unseen, of protective lore, of ways to strengthen the fragile boundaries between worlds. Jonah became an invaluable ally in this. His academic pursuits had taken a new, more focused direction. He delved into forgotten histories, into the lore of guardians and wardens, seeking out knowledge that wasn't about invoking power, but about containing it, about understanding and reinforcing the thin places. He shared his findings with Liam, their conversations a lifeline for Liam's troubled mind. One evening, months after their return, Sarah found Liam in his study, surrounded by books and printouts. A complex diagram spread across his desk, not Finch's counter-resonance, but something new, something he was constructing himself, based on Ilara's principles, Jonah's research, and his own intuitive understanding of structure and balance. "What are you doing?" she asked softly. Liam looked up, his eyes tired but focused. "Trying to understand," he said. "Trying to build a better lock for the doors we opened, or the doors that were opened through us." He gestured to the diagram. Ilara spoke of the silence from which all songs arise. Jonah found references to guardian glyphs, symbols of stability, of ordered reality. "I'm trying to see how they fit together." Sarah studied his work. It was intricate, beautiful in a stark, functional way. It wasn't about unmaking or even about countering. It was about reinforcing, about creating a resonance of stability. "The Unraveler, do you think it's truly gone?" she asked. Liam sighed. "I don't know, Sarah. An entity like that, it's probably beyond our ability to destroy. We closed one of its major conduits. We broke one of its most devoted cults, but the void is vast, and there will always be those like Armitage who are drawn to its song." He looked at her, his expression serious. "What we did, it wasn't a final victory. It was a holding action. We bought time for ourselves, maybe for others. And now, and now, Liam said, we live with the knowledge, we carry the scars, and we stay vigilant." He tapped the diagram he was working on. "And maybe we learn to sing a different song, a song of resilience, a song of holding fast." Sarah sat beside him, her presence a quiet comfort. She picked up a pencil and on a blank corner of Liam's diagram she began to sketch. Not a symbol of power or of unmaking, but a simple, stylized image of a sunflower, its face turned towards a distant, steady light. A small act of defiance, of hope, in the face of the vast, whispering darkness they knew lay just beyond the veil. The scar on the earth in the Atacama would remain, a testament to their struggle, and the scars on their souls, the echoes of Viridian and the Unraveler, would also remain. But they were no longer just victims, no longer just conduits. They were survivors. They were witnesses. And in their own quiet ways, they were becoming guardians, keepers of a dangerous knowledge, determined that the songs of unmaking would not find an easy purchase in their world again. The fight was not over. Perhaps it never would be, but they were no longer facing it alone or unarmed. They had each other, and they had the hard-won wisdom of the whispering scars. Chapter 25. Guardians of the Threshold. Years drifted by, each one a layer of healing earth over the raw wounds of Viridian and the Atacama. Liam and Sarah never truly forgot. The echoes of those horrors were too deeply etched, but they learned to live with them, to integrate the darkness into a larger, more resilient tapestry of life. Liam continued his architectural work, but with a subtle, new focus. He became known for designs that, while modern and functional, possessed an almost imperceptible quality of sanctuary. His buildings felt secure, grounded, their lines and spaces subtly harmonizing with their environment in a way that seemed to soothe the anxieties of those within. He never spoke of it, but he was, in his own way, embedding principles of stability, of guardian glyphs derived from his research with Jonah, into the very fabric of his creations. He was building small bastions against unseen dissonances. Sarah's art found a unique niche. Her work, still imbued with a haunting, ethereal quality, was no longer solely about darkness and fear. It explored themes of resilience, of the light found in deep shadows, of the delicate balance between order and chaos. Her paintings of fractured monoliths now often featured a single, defiant flower blooming in their cracks. Her depictions of vast, cosmic voids were pierced by distant, steady stars. She found a quiet following, collectors and critics drawn to the raw honesty and profound depth of her vision. Ilara's cracked warding stone always sat on her easel, a silent muse. Jonah completed his doctorate in comparative mythology and ancient languages, his dissertation a groundbreaking, though carefully veiled study of nihilistic eschatological cults and their apotropaic counter-narratives. He became a respected, if somewhat eccentric, academic, a quiet expert in the kind of lore that most scholars dismissed as fantasy or madness. He maintained a discreet network of contacts, folklorists, historians, anthropologists, even a few disillusioned former members of fringe groups, a loose confederation of individuals who, like him, had glimpsed the unsettling realities lurking beneath the surface of the world. He was, in his own way, becoming one of Ilara's cartographers of the unseen, mapping the dangerous currents of belief. They rarely saw old Ilara. Liam and Sarah made a pilgrimage to her part of the Blackwood once a year, leaving offerings of food and warm cloth near her hidden pond. Sometimes they would glimpse her, a fleeting shadow amongst the trees, her silent hum a faint reassurance. She never approached them directly, but they felt her knowing presence, a silent guardian watching from the fringes. The Unraveler and its children of the silent scream remained a distant, chilling memory. There were no new visions, no resurgence of its cold, unmaking song in Sarah's mind. The counter-resonance and the destruction of its Atacama temple seemed to have dealt a significant blow to its earthly operations. Armitage was never found, presumed lost in the desert, a fitting end for a man who had sought to embrace the void. But Liam knew that such an entity, such a fundamental force of cosmic negation, could not be truly vanquished. It was patient, it was eternal, it would wait, and there would always be those susceptible to its whispers. One cool autumn evening, nearly a decade after the events in Chile, Jonah arrived at Liam and Sarah's house unannounced. His face was grim, his usual academic composure replaced by a deep, palpable unease. He carried a battered leather satchel. "Liam, Sarah," he said, his voice low, I think something is stirring again." Liam felt a familiar cold dread. The Unraveler. Jonah shook his head. No, not its signature, something else. Older, perhaps, or simply different. He opened his satchel and spread several faded parchments and photographs on Liam's study table. "My network. We've been tracking a series of coordinated anomalies, strange disappearances in remote, geologically active areas, unusual seismic patterns that defy conventional explanation. And this." He pointed to a photograph of a crude, spiral carving on a weathered stone found near one of the disappearance sites. It was not the obsidian gyre, nor was it one of Viridian's glyphs. It was new, yet disturbingly ancient in its design. "Other cults, other entities?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. "It seems so," Jonah said. "The world is full of thin places, of forgotten gods and hungry shadows. Viridian was one festering wound. The children of the silent scream were another, But the darkness has many faces, many hands. He looked at Liam, then at Sarah, his expression serious. What you did, what you learned. It's not just your burden, it's your expertise, your experience. Liam understood. Their survival had not been an end but a beginning. They had been forged in the crucible, marked by the darkness, and in doing so had gained a unique, terrible understanding. They were not victims anymore. They were, in a strange and unwelcome way, guardians. "What do you need from us, Jonah?" Liam asked, his voice steady. "Your insight," Jonah said, "your resilience, your knowledge of how these things operate, how they feel, how they can be resisted." He gestured to the new, unsettling symbol. "This is a new song. We need to learn its tune and how to find its counter-melody before it grows too loud." Sarah looked at the photograph, then at Liam. The old fear was there, a faint tremor, but beneath it was a new strength, a quiet resolve. She picked up one of her charcoal sticks. "Tell us everything you know, Jonah," she said, her eyes already beginning to trace the lines of the new, disturbing sigil on a blank sheet of paper, not as a conduit but as a cartographer, a decipherer of shadows. Liam stood beside her, his hand resting on her shoulder. The fight was not over. Perhaps it never would be. But they were no longer alone, no longer just reacting. They had faced the void and found their own resonance. They had learned the wisdom of the whispering scars. And now, with Jonah at their side, they would stand as guardians at the threshold, ready to face whatever new darkness emerged from the forgotten corners of the world, armed with their courage, their knowledge, and the unyielding strength of those who had looked into the abyss and chosen to sing a song of defiance. The silence of the ordinary world was a precious thing, and they would do whatever it took to protect it. Their watch had just begun. The end.